The whole spectacle was so smoothly orchestrated that Sonny was almost tempted to believe in it. Of course, he knew better. The only thing Sonny wasn't sure about was whether the bits performed by the Pathfinder and James were rehearsed in advance or improvised on the fly to fulfill their lord's desire to maintain appearances, while having the man who had dared to speak openly against him publicly executed. And that was what this was, an execution. Sonny didn't believe for a second that Gunlog was going to give the brave hunter a chance to leave the Grand Hall alive. No, he wanted him dead, and he wanted everyone to see him die, lest they get the idea that it was possible to run their mouths against him and escape unscathed. And yet, a tiny ember of hope still burned in Sonny's heart. From the looks of it, Juby was an experienced hunter, a capable, seasoned warrior who faced numerous monsters and ended up on top every time. He was very strong, with enough willpower and resolve to crush rocks into dust. Perhaps a miracle would happen. No matter how small, there was a possibility. That's why Sonny couldn't understand why Gunlog would be willing to risk his right-hand man's life in this farce. As though reading Sonny's thoughts, the Bright Lord broke his silence.
A challenge? Ah, so be it. This is a sacred tradition indeed. As long as good men are willing to put their lives on the line for the sake of righteousness, depravity cannot win.
The crowd of sleepers exploded into whispers. Some of them were tense and somber, others filled with dark anticipation. The corners of Sonny's mouth turned downwards. From what he could see, depravity had already won, or at least gotten the upper hand. But Gunlog wasn't done speaking.
However, it would not be suitable for you to represent the accused personally, James. The Bright Castle can't afford to lose you, my friend. Juby, would you mind if the accused chose another champion?
The hunter from the outer settlement simply shrugged. Bring your worst, cowards! Bright Lord turned to the Pathfinder and tilted his head. With his suddenly pale face reflected in the eerie mask of the strange golden armor, the murderer remained silent for a few moments, and then spoke in a quavering voice.
I choose Horace, my lord.
Everyone suddenly grew silent. Sonny himself felt cold shivers running down his spine. Why did he have to choose that creepy, wicked man? In the deathly silence, Juby smirked with grim satisfaction. Even better. It seemed that he had a score to settle with the silent hunchback, too. Horace, who had looked a little bored and uncomfortable through the whole procedure, stared at the Pathfinder who had named him, with no particular expression on his bony face, and then slowly walked down the steps. The other lieutenants reacted to this unexpected turn of events differently. James frowned and threw a glance at Gunlog before stepping back with a dark expression. Trent grinned, as though expecting a good spectacle. Keto grew a little pale and took a little step sideways, trying to distance herself from the descending hunchback as much as possible. Only Shan remained silent and indifferent, not allowing any emotion to appear on her cold, beautiful face. Realizing what was about to happen, Cassia squeezed Sonny's arm. She spoke in a hushed, low tone. "Sonny, I want to leave." After a short pause, he answered with a raspy voice. "I'm sorry. We can't leave now." Even though Sonny didn't want to be anywhere near Gunlog's scarecrow, he knew that leaving now would draw too much attention. They couldn't risk that in the presence of all 5 lieutenants, not to mention Golden Serpent himself. What's more, his mission in the castle was to gather as much information as possible. He couldn't miss the chance to see one of the most dangerous creatures in this deceptively peaceful stronghold in action.
Learning the morose executioner's fighting style may well be the difference between life and death, were Sonny to wind up in combat with him one day. And the more time Sonny spent in Bright Castle, the stronger his urge became to burn this place to the ground. This show was meant to scare him, to keep him in line, but it only stoked the fire of his rage. He and Horace would meet on the battlefield one day, Sonny would make sure of it.
Meanwhile, the hunchback descended from the steps and stopped opposite Juby in the space that had been cleared in the center of the grand hall. His face was still motionless and a little bored. Sonny held his breath. As Gunlog sat silently on the white throne, Juby summoned his memories. A flexible armor made out of red scales appeared on his body, complete with a winged helmet and a kite shield. In his hand, a curved scimitar weaved itself from the sparks of light. Its blade was as sharp as a razor. The hunter glanced at Horus. His voice was steady, almost arrogant. "Let's see what you're capable of, butcher." The hunchback just looked at him with his glassy eyes and silently allowed his thick cloak to fall on the floor. Then, he grimaced and straightened his spine as much as he could, suddenly appearing far less small and fragile. At his full height, Horus towered above most of the sleepers in the grand hall, losing only to the giant Trent. His monstrous, twisted shape radiated a sense of deep, bestial power. He didn't bother to summon any memories, staring at the hunter with the same cold indifference. Juby scowled. So be it. Full of anxiety, Sonny held his breath. The proud hunter lunged forward, raising his shield and at the same time slashing with the scimitar. His movements were incredibly fast and nimble, his technique sharpened by years of bloody battles in the Dark City and guided by rich experience. A spark of hope sang in Sonny's heart. He thought, "Good. He's good. Does Juby really have a chance?" As Sonny's eyes widened, Horus seemed to miss the attack completely. As though forgetting that he wasn't armed, the hunchback simply raised a hand to meet the razor-sharp blade and gripped it with his bare fist, stopping Juby's strike in its tracks. For a fraction of a second, everyone in the grand hall froze in astonishment, except for the hunter, who immediately tried to wrestle his scimitar from the iron grip of Gunlog's killer, but it was of no use. It was as though the saber was stuck in stone. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. In the next moment, Horus moved forward with a snake-like speed and put his large hand on Juby's shoulder. Then, with a sickening sound, he effortlessly tore the entire arm off. "Ah!" Somebody screamed. As blood spilled on the marble floor, the proud hunter stared at the stump that had suddenly replaced his dominant arm in disbelief, not yet feeling the terrible pain that would soon follow. The only mercy granted to him, he'd never get a chance to fully process it. Before Juby could even react, Horus grasped his head with both hands and snapped his neck in one brutal, violent motion. Then, he hit the hunter in the chest, shattering his ribs and sending the body flying back a dozen meters. The broken corpse of the defiant challenger fell on the floor, rivers of blood flowing from its terrible wounds onto the pristine white stones. From start to finish, the whole fight took no more than 5 seconds. Horus looked at his hands, shook a few crimson droplets off, and then silently returned to his place beside the master of the castle, his expression still cold. However, he didn't seem bored anymore. Instead, his face was full of subtle glee. After all, he had just helped his lord pass down judgment. This was law. This was tradition. In the Bright Castle, this was justice.
Sonny's righteous indignation raged inside him. Somehow, Horus had been more terrifying in action than he ever anticipated. Sonny had hoped to gain insight into Horus's techniques, his aspect, and his tactics. Yet all he learned was that if Horus wanted him dead, he wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. This was so much worse than Sonny anticipated.
Several hundred sleepers stared at the disfigured body, horrified. Juby's scale armor disappeared in a rain of light, leaving him dressed in only torn, bloodied rags. A surprised, dazed expression was still frozen on his face. Awash in blood and broken, the man who had been proud and defiant just a minute ago, was now nothing but a pathetic corpse. He was sprawled on the floor in a glistening crimson puddle, reminding everyone of one simple truth. Never, ever dare to disobey Gunlog, the Bright Lord, or you'll end up just the same. Sunny was probably one of the only 2 people in the Grand Hall who wasn't looking at the corpse. Instead, he was looking at Horace. Horace himself was staring at the wall, absolutely disinterested in the gruesome fruit of his dark labor.
Sunny silently chided himself.
What else was I hoping for? Stupid hope. Hope is a poison. It will only get you killed. Sunny knew all the facts, but only now had he finally understood how hopeless it was to even think about challenging the Golden Serpent. Everything in the Dark City was designed to make him and his army invincible. That was how the damn hunchback had managed to defeat the experienced hunter from the outer settlement so easily, using nothing but his raw strength. He hadn't even had to show his aspect ability. Why was the divide in their physical prowess so vast? That was because with every human in the Dark City possessing the same dormant core, there were only 2 things that could make someone more powerful than the rest: soul essence and memories, and both were monopolized by Gunlog. Only he possessed the manpower and knowledge to freely hunt in the Dark City. This way, he had become the only person with a reliable source of both soul shards and memories in his possession. Whatever crumbs the independent hunters were able to acquire would inevitably end up in his hands too, because Gunlog also controlled the primitive economy in this cursed place. By providing food and safety in exchange for the so-called tribute, he made sure that all the resources would flow in only one direction, into his hands. With soul shards and a vast arsenal of memories, he could make his army stronger, which in turn would bring him more soul shards and memories, which in turn would make his army stronger, and so forth. It was a simple, perfect, and harrowing cycle that made his power more and more absolute with each revolution. By the time Sunny, Nephis, and Cassia had arrived in the Dark City, the divide between Gunlog's forces and everyone else here was too wide to ever be bridged. Sunny had no doubt that most of the elite warriors of the host had their cores saturated to the brim with soul essence. There was a limit to how many soul shards a nightmare spell carrier could absorb before reaching the bottleneck of their rank. Although few ever reached that point, advancing to the next rank removed that bottleneck and enhanced their bodies according to the saturation level of the core. But with no way to advance, people in the Dark City could only rely on the raw amount of soul essence to accumulate power. This meant that within these ancient walls, sworn into servitude to a single man, there lived the most powerful group of sleepers to ever exist in human history. And this was the man Nephis planned to kill. With a shudder, Sunny remembered Effie's words. "No sleeper can defeat Gunlog. He is impossible to kill." He also remembered dozens of skulls swinging in the wind above the castle gates. Curse it all, what is she going to pull me into this time? I really have to persuade her to give up for once. My life might depend on it.
But somehow, he doubted that Changing Star even knew how to give up. At least, not when she made up her mind.
Curses. Sunny was so consumed by these dark thoughts that he even neglected to listen to Gunlog's farewell speech. He had the general idea of what kind of bullcrap the bastard was proselytizing anyway. Soon, the Bright Lord had left his white throne and disappeared into the darkness behind it. The lieutenants followed, with Harris being the last one to leave. As soon as they were gone, the body of Juby was unceremoniously dragged away, and a group of handmaidens silently wiped the puddle of blood off the pristine marble floor. The tables were moved back to their places, and the crowd of sleepers was invited to return to their breakfast as if nothing had happened. However, Sunny had completely lost his appetite. Leading Cassia away, he glanced at the plates full of food and thought without an ounce of humor, I guess there's a first time for everything. For the remaining 2 days, Sunny had done nothing but frantically gather information. Knowing that he will be leaving the castle soon, He became a little bit bolder in where to send his shadow. He spent a lot of time spying on the hunters and pathfinders, learning their tactics and secrets. He observed how guards were trained. He learned which artisans were important and which were not. The only caste he tried to avoid was the handmaidens. He even studied various engravings and stone carvings that decorated the walls of the castle. Finally, the week they had paid tribute for came to an end. On the dawn of the 8th day, Sonny and Cassia once again appeared in the large hall with beautiful stained glass windows and saw the gates of the castle. Despite the fact that there was nothing outside these gates but a dirty slum, Sonny felt relieved. He couldn't wait to leave this damn place. Why do people even want to live here? As soon as he finished this thought, Sonny realized that he didn't actually know what life in the outer settlement was like. Perhaps the castle was actually a paradise in comparison. I doubt it. How bad can it actually be? I guess they just never lived on the outskirts. Shaking his head, he walked toward the gates. Sonny, wait just one moment, please. Turning his head, Sonny noticed the familiar young man with the thin face and nervous eyes. Today, Harper seemed to be especially hastily distressed. His clothes were a bit less tidy, and there were a few ugly blotches of ink on his parchment. Sunless, and Cassia, right? Goodness. It has already been a week. Where was I? Oh yes. Are you guys here to pay tribute for the next one? Sonny stared at him for a few minutes, then forced out a smile and pretended to be sad. No, we haven't been able to, earn shards. So we're leaving. Maybe we'll see each other again someday. Harper opened his eyes wide and stuttered. What? Why would I be... Oh, sorry. I'm very sorry that you couldn't stay longer, but don't despair. Lord Gunlog is truly kind and life is unpredictable. I'm sure you'll be able to come back soon. Sonny gave him a curt nod and turned away. I hope not. Not too soon, at least. With that, they passed through the gates and left the bright castle. The promised castle they had spent so much time seeking and dreaming of. What a disappointment it had all been. Standing under the gray skies of the forgotten shore once again, Sonny and Cassia breathed in the cold, fresh air, and both smiled. Cassia tugged on his sleeve. Sonny, what do we do now? He looked at the pitiful slum that lay beneath them and answered without having to think for too long. What else? We go find Nephis.
Sonny wondered what Changing Star had done with the past 7 days. He knew the slums were supposed to be dangerous. He hoped for the best, not sure where to even start looking.
Sonny and Cassia descended the steps from the bright castle. The gates had shut and were locked behind them. Good riddance, Sonny thought. A shiver ran down his spine as he tried to shake off some of the images of the last few days. Cassia smiled. She was just as relieved as Sonny to have left that dreadful place. But then she paused, frowned, and asked, But, Sonny,
how do we find Nephis?
He thought for a few seconds, then shrugged. I'm not sure. Follow the sounds of mayhem? This place is not that big, I'm sure we'll manage. They descended the stairs and entered the slum, with Sonny looking around in search of the distinct tall figure. There weren't that many sleepers in the outer settlement who possessed an armor-type memory, so he was sure of his ability to notice Changing Star in the crowd. Her shining armor would certainly stand out amongst the dust and dirty tents and shanty huts. Soon they were surrounded by makeshift hovels and people that had empty, bleak eyes. Some of them stared at them with pity, realizing that the two had just been sent away from the castle. Others openly gloated. Sonny paid them no attention. Once again, he was surprised by the sharp contrast between the castle and the outer settlement. No matter how vile the underside of the ancient castle was, people were truly living there, walking around with mostly mundane human worries written on their faces. Here in the slum, people were merely existing, and barely at that. In their eyes, there was a more dire need and a more consummate fear. the need to find food for the day, the fear of being devoured by some unseen monster in the night. They were all gaunt, cold, and listless. Survival was all that mattered, at any cost necessary. The only time hope appeared on their faces was when their gazes accidentally fell on the bright castle.
Sonny thought,
Hope will get you killed, fools. We have it better here than those poor souls in the fortress. All in all, it was not so different from the outskirts, with the added terror of nightmare creatures waiting somewhere in the shadows. But then, there were monsters in the real world too. They just wore human skin. Sonny was once again reminded of how surprisingly well prepared he was for the trials of the nightmare spell, even despite his lack of a formal education. There was no sign of Nephis anywhere. They walked through the entire settlement before finally catching a glimpse of her. At the very edge of the slum, perched precariously above the vertical fall from the stone platform, stood an uncharacteristically spacious dwelling. It was crudely put together out of slabs of stone that had been unceremoniously scavenged from the ruins, with many of them still bearing the intricate carvings left behind by the original inhabitants of the Dark City. This barbarous atrocity was the closest to the Road of White Stone out of the entire settlement. Perhaps that was why it seemed to be a bit sturdier than the rest of the hovels. The lodge even had a small addition built on top of it, somewhat resembling a second story. Changing Star sat on its roof, with her legs crossed, gazing at the rising sun and the cursed city below. In the pale light of dawn, her ivory skin and silver hair looked beautiful and eerie. She had dismissed her armor and was wearing a crude tunic, with a piece of rope tied around her waist. Sensing their approach, Nephis turned her head and glanced in their direction. Then, she stood up and jumped down, landing lightly on the stone surface of the vast platform. Sonny grinned. "Hey, Neph. Long time no see." Nephis led them inside the stone lodge, which had turned out to be her new residence. The interior was Spartan and austere, with pieces of broken furniture laying here and there, and cold winds sweeping freely through the spacious hall of the first floor. Despite its larger size and superior craftsmanship, the lodge had been empty when she found it. No one wanted to live this close to both the edge of the stone platform and the threshold of the road, where the risk of being attacked by nightmare creatures was the highest. But Changing Star didn't mind. Looking around, Sonny scoffed. "This place could use a bit more work." Neph shrugged, seemingly not very concerned with her living conditions. Well, they did spend the past 2 months sleeping on nothing but rocks and dirt, so in a sense, even this ramshackle mess was an enormous improvement. With some improvements, it could even become somewhat of a decent place, maybe even be cozy. Suddenly, Sonny felt a little guilty about all the comfort and warmth he had experienced in the castle. He was even fed delicious fresh food twice a day. Speaking of food, Cassia smiled and handed Nephis a small bundle. Concerned about her friend, she had not eaten her supper the previous evening, choosing to save it for this moment. "Here, Neph, I brought you something to eat." Changing Star received the bundle with a faint smile and lingered a little before saying, "Thank you. Do you guys want breakfast?" With that, she walked over to a flimsy wooden table that stood near one of the walls and removed a piece of cloth from it. Beneath it, there was a pile of juicy roasted meat. It was sizable enough to feed 10 people in the castle for a day or two. Sonny stared at the meat blankly, then moved his eyes to stare at Nephis. "Where the hell did you get all this meat? We thought you'd be starving here in the outer settlement." She touched her hair with a hint of embarrassment. "Oh, a few nights ago, a big monster came from the road. I and a few other people managed to kill it. This is my share of the spoils." Cassia opened her eyes wide. "But I thought the Gunlog's men were supposed to fight off the nightmare creatures." Changing Star remained silent for a few seconds. "They do if the castle is attacked, either from the slopes of the hill or from the sky. If the monsters come from the road, they usually don't bother to do anything." So that's why all the nearby hovels were empty. Who would want to live in the direct path of attacking nightmare creatures, especially since people who were supposed to fight them weren't going to move a finger to help. Sonny smiled darkly. That's the glorious castle guard for you. Wait. He blinked, then glared at Nephis. If that is true, then why on earth, the dream realm, I mean, would you choose to live in this pit of all places? She stared at him for a while, then said in a flat tone, It's quiet here. Then a small smile appeared on Neff's lips. Turning to a window, she added, I like it.
Sonny knew that Nephis could be antisocial, but he didn't know she'd rather live with monsters than people. And by virtue of her choice, they'd be living smack in the most dangerous place in the outskirts. He sighed. At least for a week, he hadn't needed to fight for his life. That week was now over.
Behind the window, a striking vista of the cursed city sprawled far below. The morning sun washed the ruins in a pale light, making them look menacingly mysterious. Sonny was awestruck by the majesty of the landscape. Okay, I think I see why you like it. Nephis smiled. I mean, what can compete with this killer view? As though answering her words, a ghastly wail resounded from somewhere far away, echoing in the wind like a dying scream. Sonny trembled, his smile dropping quickly from his face. I guess she meant that literally. With a sigh, he put Changing Star's strange choice of habitat at the back of his mind and approached the pile of meat. Let's eat first, then we can deal with everything else. The three of them sat on the floor and ate monster meat, passing around Cassia's beautiful glass bottle between each other. It was just like the good old times, provided that those times were not actually that old. And there had certainly not been anything particularly good about them. Almost. But it was a moment of solace, and the three of them let themselves relish in it. When all three of them were sated, Nephis looked at Sonny with calm intensity. For some reason, he was reminded of the unseen waves of pressure that Gunlog created anywhere he went. I wonder what Gunlog would have made of her. Or how she would have fared had she been the one to go into the castle with Cassia. Sonny kept those thoughts to himself for now. He did not want to continue encouraging Nephis's plan of attack. What have you learned in the castle? He sighed and cleared his throat. This was going to be a long conversation. Sonny started by describing the general order of things in the ancient stronghold. He told Nephis about the 6 different castes and the complex relationships that existed between them, as well as briefly explaining how the members of each caste lived their lives. Sometimes, Cassia would add a few details of her own. Changing Star frowned. Wait, did you say that there were 500 people living in the castle? Sonny gave her a nod. Yes, somewhere around that. Why? She thought for a bit, mulling over his words. Then she said, That doesn't make any sense. There are almost as many people here in the outer settlement, perhaps even more. That would put the human population of the Dark City at around 1,000. Most of them are fairly young, too, which would mean that each year, hundreds upon hundreds of us are sent to the Forgotten Shore, with most somehow managing to survive and reach the Bright Castle. She paused, brows furrowed. But I haven't seen a single sleeper of our crop here in the slum. As far as I know, we 3 are the only ones to come to the Dark City after the recent solstice. Sonny scratched the back of his head and spoke with reluctance. Actually, it's 4. Castor is here also. He's living comfortably in the castle. Nephis suddenly grew strangely animated. Castor Lee, he is here. Sonny bristled. No need to be so enthusiastic, damn it. Sonny tried not to grimace. Yeah, he has been here pretty much this entire time. Actually, Castor told us that there were only 7 sleepers sent to the Forgotten Shore by the spell this year. Strange, I know. He paused for a few moments and then added, Truth be told, I noticed this discrepancy as well, but there is an explanation. You see, there seems to be a pattern to how many people the spell sends here. 15 years ago, when a bunch of crazy humans first laid claim to the castle, there would be just a dozen or so newcomers each year. Then a few dozen, then 100. In the past few years, it has been several hundred each time.
Sonny gestured at the three of them.
Until this year, that is, when a mere 7 sleepers arrived. Since the spell is obsessed with the number 7, some people believe that this marks the end of a 14-year-long cycle and the first year of a new one. I think it's plausible.
Changing Star thought for a bit, then asked, "How does Castor know the total number of new arrivals?" That was a good question, naturally. She rarely left a detail out in her assessments. It was a question that Sonny had asked himself many times before finally convincing himself to go find the handsome legacy and ask him directly.
There's an artisan in the castle with a weird type of revelation ability. She can trace the general location of everyone a person has ever met. Castor paid her a bunch of soul shards to check if any of his acquaintances made it to the Forgotten Shore. She told him there were 6.
Nephis was silent for a few moments, then simply said, "Go on." Sonny did. He briefly mentioned the main points of everything he had been able to learn, including all the vile crap he had to witness and his own thoughts on how things worked under the pristine white surface of the magnificent fortress. Inevitably, he had to describe how ingenious and unassailable Bright Lord's hold over the Dark City was. Cassia grew pale and quiet during his somber account. Changing Star's face grew darker and darker with each word. When he told her about the travesty of a trial that ended up with Juby's harrowing death, and shared his own thoughts on how powerful the host truly was, the corners of her mouth turned downward. Finally, he came to his conclusion on their current situation.
And that is why Gunlog can never be defeated. He controls every facet of life here, both material and abstract. Food, shelter, hope, fear. Everything comes under the purview of his authority, and his authority is absolute. Even power itself is his to give and take. Out here, Gunlog might as well be considered a god.
Nephis remained silent for a long time, and then quietly said, "He is not a god. He is just an imposter." Sonny chuckled.
"In this hell, is there a difference?"
She glanced at him sharply and gritted her teeth. After a few minutes spent in tense silence, Neph suddenly said, "Still, that only explains why Gunlog can't be overthrown in a rebellion. Why didn't anyone simply kill him in his sleep? Why didn't one of his lieutenants stage a coup? After all, this is how tyrants usually end, by the hand of their most trusted ally." Sonny smiled darkly.
Well, that is because up until now, I only told you about his power as a ruler, which is by all accounts nothing short of terrifying. But his personal power, his aspect ability?"
He shivered, then added in a hoarse voice,
"It's way, way worse."
Sonny was silent for a while, then sighed.
"Do you remember how Effie told us he might as well be considered immortal? Well, she wasn't wrong. Apart from the fact that Gunlog has probably absorbed more soul essence and has more experience fighting both nightmare creatures and awakened than anyone else on the Forgotten Shore, there's more to him than that."
Nephis frowned. "Is his aspect ability uniquely powerful?"
Sonny shook his head. "His aspect ability is that he can breathe and move with incredible speed underwater, but it is connected to what I am about to tell you."
He hesitated. Something about him vocalizing it now made everything feel much, much worse.
"You see, Gunlog came to the Dark City around 8 years ago. Since his ability was of no use in the ruins, he quickly became an outcast. From what I was able to learn, things were even darker in the castle back then. Strength decided everything, and anyone without strength wasn't even considered to be human."
Sonny shuddered. He could imagine it vividly. That was, by far, the most cruel and bloody time in the history of the Bright Castle. Right after the last member of the original cohort to conquer the ancient stronghold had perished, and before Gunlog took control, things balanced at the edge of madness for a while.
Say what you want about the bastard, Sonny thought bitterly, but at least he kept the humans here from turning into animals. Completely. Sonny continued, but Gunlog, he turned out to be mad even by those standards, because he began to hunt in the Dark Sea. Changing Star blinked. What? Sonny nodded. Yes, at dusk he would dive from the city wall into the black water to scavenge the soul shards from the monsters of the labyrinth that were crushed by the flood. Racing against the approaching horrors of the depths, and at dawn, he would swim through the retreating sea to scavenge meat from the remains of creatures that the dwellers of the depths had killed and left behind. Nephis silently stared at him. They had met the abominable existences that hid beneath the black surface of the cursed sea twice. And each of those harrowing meetings had left scars on their souls and minds. To do so twice a day, every day? Gunlog was indeed a madman. But he was also somewhat of a mad genius. Sonny took a deep breath. And this is how he turned from a desperate outcast into the Bright Lord. One day, Gunlog was pulled away by a current, and once the sea disappeared, stumbled onto a mortally wounded dying Leviathan. The creature was still alive, but just barely. Knowing that the carrion eaters of the labyrinth will soon come to feast on it, Gunlog began cutting the meat of the creature's bones with his knife. He paused, then said in a strangely dark voice, "By chance, the Leviathan happened to die from its terrible wounds at that exact moment. And since Gunlog's blade was the last thing to cut it, the spell happened to attribute the kill to him, and that kill happened to give him a memory, a wondrous golden armor that no human weapon can even scratch." No one really knew a lot about the dwellers of the depths, but Sonny and Nephis had once witnessed 2 Carapace Centurions retrieve 2 transcendent soul shards from the carcass of one of them. This meant that Gunlog's armor-type memory was at least 3 ranks above the soul cores of every human on the Forgotten Shore. Almost every weapon-type memory they possessed was either of dormant or awakened rank. Even if someone managed to kill a fallen creature and acquire an ascended weapon from it, the weapon would most likely still be ineffective against the transcendent armor. And since that damn armor didn't have any openings, Gunlog was invincible. Sonny sighed, his shoulders slumped in defeat. With that armor, he returned to the Dark City, gathered a few supporters, and killed everyone who stood in his way. He managed to seize control of the castle, and no one was able to threaten his reign ever since. All of those who tried, well, their skulls are out there for everyone to see, swinging on chains above the gates of the castle. Nephis remained silent for a long time, staring at the floor. She seemed to be a bit disheartened. Finally, she asked, "What traits does the armor possess?" Sonny shrugged. "Who knows? It's not like anyone who had the opportunity to learn has lived to tell the tale. The only thing widely known about the golden armor is that it is made out of some strange liquid metal, and that it emanates a field of crushing psychic pressure. But even that is not entirely true. Actually, it only affected those who looked at their reflection in the visor. Cassia wasn't affected at all." The blind girl raised an eyebrow, only now learning that everyone except for her always felt incredibly oppressed in Gunlog's presence. For the first time, it seemed that her flaw had finally given her an advantage. It had also allowed Sonny to learn a valuable secret, but he had no time to be happy about it. The most important part of this conversation was drawing close. He had to convince Changing Star to abandon any idea of going against Gunlog. Otherwise, all 3 of them were going to end up dead. Sonny looked at her and asked in a carefully neutral tone, "So, what do you think?" Changing Star was quiet for a while, then suddenly said, "I have also learned something while you were gone." Sonny frowned slightly. Was she trying to avoid this conversation? Feeling heavy and uncertain, he asked, "Really? What is it?" However, in the next second, he had forgotten all about his previous worries, because Nephis looked him right in the eyes and said, There is a gateway here after all. Something exploded in Sonny's mind. What? There is a gateway? Stunned, he stared at Neff with wide eyes. What? How could this be? Why hadn't anyone ever mentioned it? No, it didn't make any sense. Everyone he asked about it said there was no way out. They said we were all stuck here. If there was a gateway, why would people just stay in the Dark City? Why were both Effie and Castor so adamant that there was no way out? Something wasn't adding up. How could people be here for so long, and only someone who has been here for 1 week figured out that they weren't stuck here? That there was a way out? A familiar dark feeling of unease settled in his heart. Trying to compose himself, Sonny slowly said, "Then why hasn't anyone left? Where is it?" Nephis looked at the window, remained silent for a few moments, and then answered in a flat tone, "Where do you think? It's in the Crimson Spire, of course."
Sonny's stomach dropped. He couldn't even look at the Crimson Spire without being completely enveloped in a sense of dread and fear. The idea of entering it seemed impossible. What sick joke was this? He either had to spend the rest of his life dealing with Gunlog's tyranny, or try to get into the Spire, and likely die along the way. He honestly wasn't sure which was worse, but he knew he needed to decide.
The Crimson Spire. That eerie and ever-present shadow that had hunted him all this time. The Cyclopean tower that stood at the center of the labyrinth. It emanated a harrowing sense of foreboding at all times, and more so when its shadow crept over the landscape. The background for the last part of Cassia's vision. Of course the damn gateway just had to be in that damn spire. Sonny sighed.
This was unexpected news, but it also made a certain amount of sense in the grand scheme of things. After all, Inspector Rock did warn them that should they ever find themselves in a region of the Dream Realm without an established human citadel, they should look for the gateway, either around or inside the most prominent landmark there.
The Crimson Spire loomed over the entire Forgotten Shore like an axis connecting heaven to earth. It was hard to imagine anything more prominent. Ever since Cassia had first told them about it, deep down, Sonny always suspected that they were going to end up having to enter that creepy tower at some point. After the revelation that there was no gateway in the human castle, that suspicion only grew stronger. But wait, there was something else that Instructor Rock had told them. Work together to defeat the Gateway Guardians. Weren't those his words? So, who is guarding the Crimson Spire? Glancing at Nephis, he asked darkly, "So, what is inside the spire? I gather that it's not something pleasant, otherwise there wouldn't be 1,000 sleepers choosing to live in a city full of vicious monsters, instead of going there." Changing Star nodded. Without changing her expression, she looked away and answered, "A fallen terror." Sonny's heart skipped a bit. A fallen terror, the nightmare creature one whole class above the dreaded tyrants, with 6 mighty soul cores providing it with profane power, would certainly do the trick. So, going there is suicide. No amount of sleepers could ever hope to defeat a fallen terror. The possibility of surviving such an encounter, let alone emerging victorious, was 0. It was even less probable than breaking through Gunlog's indestructible armor. It was impossible. He chuckled. What an irony, to not only be trapped in this hell, but also be forced to stare at the path to freedom every day, knowing that you'll never be able to reach it. That was such a cruel torture. Sonny would even go as far as to say that it was a type of hell in and of itself. No wonder the Tower of Dusk was so unpopular. Living there would simply drive some people insane. They were really, truly stuck here forever. Nephis cleared her throat. The first ruler of the Bright Castle led a large expedition to find a way out of the labyrinth. They all perished. The second ruler, the last member of the original cohort, tried to reach the gateway instead. They all died too. After that, no one tried to find a way out anymore. The three of them remained silent for a long time, their mood grim and somber. Now that they had a chance to spend some time in the small human enclave on the Forgotten Shore and gather information, there were no more excuses to deny it. Everything that Effie had told them was true. They were going to spend the rest of their lives here, however long that might be. Sunny sighed and looked at Changing Star. "So, what's the plan?" Nephis looked at the vista of the ruined city through the windows. Sunny was sure that she had already thought a lot about their future. He just hoped that her thoughts were not too crazy. After a while, she spoke. "We are going to assemble a hunting party." Sunny's eyes narrowed. Okay, not too bad. Despite the fact that becoming independent hunters was going to be a long and perilous journey, it was at least achievable. They just had to be smart and careful about it. He scratched the back of his head. "Going into the Dark City blind would be pretty dangerous." Nephis shrugged, then turned to face him. "You are right. We will need to recruit a Pathfinder. Someone who is already experienced and could teach them the ropes. That would certainly speed things along and make the whole process safer." "Good thinking. Do you have someone in mind?" She gave him a nod. "As a matter of fact, I do. We will go see her later. But first," her eyes gleamed with intensity, "tell me every detail of what you've learned in the castle. Every name, every aspect, every ability and flaw you've been able to glean, every grievance people have, and every agenda they're hiding. I need to know all of it." Sunny smiled. "Sure, no problem. But be warned, this is going to take a while." For the first time since receiving his aspect, Sunny had been able to do what he had planned to do from the start, gather information without risking his hide, as a real spy should. After months of bloody battles and open confrontations, it was strangely rewarding. Changing Star gave him a nod. "No worries, we're not in a hurry." Several hours later, Sunny was finishing his winding report, his voice hoarse from all the talking. "Is actually the same Pathfinder who the hunter from the outskirts settlement, Juby, accused of using another human being as monster bait. A real nasty fellow. He's an incredibly formidable fighter and is good at his job. But his personal habits, well, the man is a degenerate gambler. He spends all his shards in Ako's gambling den, then refuses to pay and hurts anyone who dares to object." He took a deep breath, then added angrily, "Some people even say that this whole challenge happened because he wanted to hunt a powerful monster to pay off a part of his gambling debt. He's one hell of a bastard." Then Sunny thought for a while, scratched his head, and said, I think that covers pretty much everything. Of course, there are a lot of things I wasn't able to learn at all." Nephis was in deep thought, digesting the mountain of information that Sunny had thrown at her. Her face was cold and distant. Feeling that her friend wasn't going to react, Cassia patted him on the shoulder, smiled, and said, "You've done a very good job, Sunny. This is amazing." He blinked and looked aside, slightly embarrassed. "Ha, thanks. That is what my aspect is actually for, after all. The whole monster-slaying thing is nothing but an unfortunate misuse of my talents, honestly." He added to himself in his head, "Yeah, I would much prefer to stay hidden somewhere safe and let my shadow do all the work." The shadow slightly turned its head and threw a menacing look his way. It was not amused. Sunny smiled, then looked at Nephis. "So, who is the Pathfinder you want to recruit? There can't be a lot of experienced hunters in the outer settlement, right? And each of them must have their hunting party already. How are we going to persuade one to join us?" Changing Star lingered, then said in a strangely tense voice, "Yes, everyone who is worth something has their own party, except for one person. but persuading her won't be easy. Sonny's head tilted to the side. Oh? Who is that? Nephis chewed her lip for a moment. Actually, you already know her. It's Effie.
Sometime later, Nephis, Cassia, and Sunny were standing in front of Effie's makeshift cabin.
Just like Changing Star's patchwork dwelling, the cabin was constructed out of mismatched stone blocks that had been scavenged from the ruins. It was reinforced with monster hides here and there, and seemed to be built slightly better than the rest of the hovels in the outer settlement. There was a large bestial skull hung above the door, its thick forehead split apart by a devastating strike of some sharp weapon. Glancing at the skull, Nephis took a step forward. They waited a moment, but no response followed.
Sunny sighed.
Maybe she's not home. Instead of an answer, Changing Star frowned and banged on the door with her fist. The first strike was somewhat gentle, but by the last, the bestial skull was on the verge of flying off the wall. A sleepy and irritated voice sounded from the inside. I swear to gods, whoever you are, you'd better be a nightmare creature. A few moments later, Sunny heard the sound of footsteps approaching the door. Before it opened, though, Nephis suddenly spoke. Sunny, turn away. Hearing a strange urgency in her voice, he scowled and did as she had asked. Your shadow,
Sunny
too.
wondered, what is going on? Are we expecting trouble?
As he was staring away from the cabin, the creaking of wood informed him that the door was flung open. Who the hell is... Oh, it's you. He swore he could hear Neff's teeth grinding against each other. A few seconds later, Changing Star spoke, her tone especially flat. Put on a memory, Effie, please. Sunny jumped, nearly turning his head, but stopped himself. Wait, what? Why would she... Oh. When he was finally allowed to turn back, the last glimmers of ethereal light were yet to disappear from the fabric of Effie's provocatively short chitin. She wasn't wearing anything underneath either. Here, better? The huntress was exactly the same as the last time he had seen her. Tall, strong, and brimming with vitality. Without the bronze cuirass with leather terouges, as well as other elements of the archaic armor, even more of her dewy olive skin could be seen. So, you guys are back together, huh? Judging by how clean and shiny the other two look, I'm guessing that their stay in the castle was pleasant? Sunny glanced at Cassia, then said in a reserved tone, Not particularly. Just like you said, the ambiance there is, well, an acquired taste, I guess. Effie grinned. Well said. Anyway, how can I help you? Changing Star motioned at the door. Can we come inside? The unruly huntress glanced back, then shrugged. Sure, why not? Inside, the cabin was small and cozy. One of its corners was occupied by a large pile of furs that served Effie as a bed. At first glance, it didn't seem that lavish, but once it hit Sunny that each of the furs had come from the corpse of a nightmare creature, he quickly changed his mind. That was probably the most extravagant thing he had ever seen. There was also a fireplace, a table with a single wooden chair, and a pair of sturdy chests. The rest of the space was occupied by various curios that the huntress had scavenged from the ruins over the years. There was no particular logic to this opulent collection, except for the fact that each object had once caught her fancy for this reason or that. After the three of them were seated, Effie returned to her pile of furs, wrapped herself in one of them, and asked, So, what's so important that you had to come and wake me up this early in the morning?
Silently, Sunny scoffed. Early in the morning? It's already noon.
Nephis lingered for a few moments, then said, You haven't hunted since the day we met, right? Effie yawned, then said in a languid tone, No. I'll go back out into the ruins once my food runs out, which will be in a day or two, I think. What? How? The amount of meat she had butchered off those monsters was enough to feed a person for a couple of months. It was all gone already? Just how much did the vigorous huntress eat? Changing Star nodded. When you do, come with us. Be our pathfinder. Sunny's eyes widened. He turned and looked at Nephis, curious. Well, she certainly doesn't beat around the bush. For some reason, Sunny had not expected Nephis to be this direct. He had always imagined this conversation taking much longer before getting to its real purpose. Effie stared at them, then threw her head back and laughed out loud. Ah, that's a good one. Do you want me to be your nanny, too? When her laughter died down, she shook her head and said, No offense, kids, but you have just arrived in the Dark City. You are as green as it gets. Best hunters out here wanted me to become a part of their party, and I refused them all. Do you know why? Nephis nodded with a serious expression. Most hunting parties share the spoils of their hunts. Each hunter keeps a part to eat and sells the rest to the people in the slum. But because of your flaw, you can't allow yourself to do the same. You need all the sustenance a hunt can provide. The more partners you have, the lesser your share will become. So, you hunt alone and never sell the meat of your prey, just their hides. Effie smiled. I see someone has been doing their homework. Changing Star tilted her head a little and continued. We can solve that problem by... However, the solitary huntress interrupted her. Stop. Good guess, but you are wrong. That is not why I refused all those hunters. Nephis blinked, surprised. After a long pause, she asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Then, why? The smile disappeared from Effie's face. Because they are weak. Every one of them is weak. Even the most successful of them are. And do you know why? Something dark gleamed in her hazel eyes. They are weak because Gunlock will never allow anyone strong to exist outside of his control. So, I am not going to be your pathfinder. Sorry, princess. Changing Star froze, obviously flustered by that answer. She opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again and awkwardly pressed her lips together. No matter how much she had honed her social skills during their journey through the labyrinth, this conversation still seemed to be too much for her. In the ensuing silence, Sunny suddenly spoke, his voice calm and yet slightly provoking. He's allowing you to exist. Effie looked at him, raised one eyebrow with a smile, and didn't say anything. Finally, Nephis was able to compose herself. We might be new here, but we are not weak. Between the two of us, Sunny and I had killed dozens upon dozens of awakened creatures in the labyrinth. The huntress interrupted her once again. Even if that's true, that was there. Out here in the Dark City, things are very different. The two of them stared at each other, one with a relaxed smile on her lips, the other with stubborn flames burning in her eyes. Sunny gritted his teeth. Oh, I don't like this. Eventually, Changing Star grimaced and said, So, if we prove that we have strength, you might reconsider? Effie chuckled. Damn, you say it like it's easy. You do know how many people can't even step a foot into the ruins, right? If you guys survive in this hell for a few years, maybe then we can talk again. Nephis looked at her for a while and then smiled darkly. Very level. We will talk again in the evening. Then you will change your mind. Sunny felt a stone drop in his stomach. He didn't like the look on Nephis's face. She had an idea. One that Sunny knew was going to be incredibly dangerous. Outside, the sun was already moving past its zenith. There wasn't that much time left before the sunset, so Sunny was really unsure about what Nephis could do to change Effie's mind before evening. However, judging by the determined expression on her face, Changing Star wasn't just throwing words to the wind. She had something specific in mind. He hesitated. So, what exactly are we going to do now? Nephis glanced at him, white flames dancing in the depths of her cold gray eyes. Then she turned away and said, "Follow me." With that, she walked forward in the direction of the castle.
Sunny wondered, why are we going to the castle?
Somewhat uneasy, Sunny gently took Cassia by the arm and hurried to catch up to Nephis. When he did, she suddenly threw over her shoulder, "Tell me about that Pathfinder again, the one who was accused of murder 3 days ago." Sunny frowned, then repeated what he knew about the guy. When he was almost finished, she asked, "What's his aspect ability?" He hesitated, then said, "He can make any weapon become incredibly sharp when it's in his hands. Sharp enough to cut stone, maybe even steel. It's a very powerful combat ability." Changing Star was quiet for some time, mulling over that information. Then she asked, "What about his flaw?" Sunny shook his head. "That I have no idea about. People are very protective of their flaws, even more so in the castle. Not everyone goes around telling everyone about their greatest vulnerability like that lunatic Effie." Cassie, who seemed to be very protective of him today, decided to support his claim. "Sunny is right, Neff. We don't even know what his own flaw is, remember?" Sunny almost stumbled and had to try very hard to not let any emotion show on his face. Cassia was right, of course. While Changing Star and she had shared their flaws with him, Sunny never reciprocated the gesture, for obvious reasons. Nephis silently nodded and didn't comment on it further. It seemed as though her mind was on something else. Phew. Soon, they scaled the magnificent stairs and were approaching the gates of the castle. Sunny was growing increasingly nervous about Neff's intentions. Neff, what exactly is your plan? What do you need us to do?" She shrugged, then said in her usual indifferent tone, "You don't really need to do anything. Just follow me and try to look, virtuous." Look virtuous? What is that supposed to mean? The guards standing watch in front of the gates blocked their path with contemptuous and suggestive looks in their eyes. Contempt was directed toward Sunny, while the rest was directed toward the girls, of course.
Stop. What business do you have in the Bright Castle? Want to pay the tribute?
Or maybe want to get paid instead, if you know what I mean. Both of them laughed, leering suggestively at Cassia and Nephis. It made Sunny's blood boil. Nephis looked at them with a calm expression, and then said, "I want to go inside, but I'm not going to pay the tribute." The laughter suddenly stopped. The guards looked at them with a bit of amusement, a harsh and dangerous light finding its way into their eyes.
Have you lost your mind, wench? Why are you here if you're not going to pay tribute? Stop wasting our time.
Changing Star stared at them, with no emotion whatsoever showing on her beautiful ivory face. Then, she said in an even and steady voice, "I'm here to invoke the right of challenge." For a few seconds, everyone stayed silent. Sunny's heart was beating like a wild beast in his chest. Mad. She's gone mad. But no, Changing Star was not mad. Although Sunny liked to joke inwardly about how crazy Nephis was, she was anything but. In fact, her ability to remain cool-headed and rational in any situation was one of the main reasons that made her so dangerous, which meant that there was some opportunity she saw here that he didn't. At least, he hoped that was the case. He looked up at the castle, and all he felt was dread. Meanwhile, one of the guards frowned. "Stop joking around, little girl. Shut your mouth and get lost if you want to live." Nephis didn't move. Instead, she said, "I'm not joking." The other guard stared at her, then shook his head.
Those slum rats have really all gone crazy, huh? I thought that this recent show would teach them a lesson, but it seems as though it didn't do enough.
He sneered.
Listen, little miss. The right of challenge is no laughing matter. It's a fight to the death. No one is going to go easy on you just because you have a pretty face, and certainly not just because you're a girl. Do you understand?
Changing Star simply nodded. The guard waited for a while, looking at her tall figure and the crude tunic that she wore, then chuckled. The sound of his laugh made Sonny sick to his stomach.
I guess we'll have some entertainment today, boys. Such a shame. With your looks, you could have lived in the castle without ever needing to pay the tribute. Pretty little thing like you.
Shaking his head, he turned around and gestured for the three of them to follow. The other guard stayed behind, a bewildered and darkly excited expression on his face. With the sound of the rusty chains swinging in the wind, invading their ears, Sonny, Nephis, and Cassia passed beneath the hanging skulls and entered the castle. Inside, everything was exactly the same. Even Harper was still sitting behind his opulent desk, writing something on a piece of parchment. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he raised his head and threw a furtive glance in their direction. An expression of confused surprise appeared in his eyes. Sunless and Cassia, what are you guys doing back here? Sonny felt the desire to palm his own face. When he had said to the gaunt young man that they might see each other in the future, he certainly did not mean that that future would be on the same damn day. Not knowing about the thoughts raging in his head, Harper smiled. Oh, did you guys get lucky and come into some shards? Back all ready to pay the tribute? Sonny gritted his teeth and forced out a weak smile. No, not exactly. A guard walked up behind them, grinning menacingly. He clasped his hand on Nephis's shoulder.
Oh no, Harper. These slum rats have requested the right of challenge. Looks like we got a little show today.
Harper dropped his quill. You what? Sonny gulped. Being reassured that his assumptions were correct only made him feel worse. He looked over at Nephis. Her face remained stoic. She was frustratingly calm. Sonny's head hung low. How on earth were they going to make their way out of this one alive? By the time the three of them were led to the grand hall of the castle, the news that there was going to be another challenge had yet to spread through the entire fortress. Because of that, there was no crowd there, just a few dozen people who had happened to walk past and heard the commotion. However, their number was growing with each minute. Standing before the entrance to the hall, Nephis was calmly looking forward, her thoughts a mystery. She seemed to be steady and collected. Sonny, on the other hand, was jittery with nerves. Just what was Changing Star planning? Glancing around to make sure that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation, he leaned to her and whispered, "You're not really going to fight one of Gunlog's lieutenants, are you?" He left off his unspoken follow-up to that question, "Because that would be suicide." No matter how talented and strong Neph was, she couldn't hope to win against someone like that. At least not before absorbing enough soul shards to even the odds at least a little. Those people had not gotten to where they were by pure accident either. They had talents of their own. Nephis didn't turn her head. She simply said, "The walls have ears." Sonny gritted his teeth and was about to retort, but at that moment, the guard that had led them inside appeared from the grand hall, threw a dark look at them, and spat.
Come on in, fools.
Changing Star simply walked forward, leaving Sonny and Cassia no choice but to follow. Inside the hall, a small crowd of people were staring at the entrance. When they saw Nephis, a wave of confused whispers ran through their ranks. "Who is that? Never seen her before. There's something strange about that girl." The whole situation was much less ostentatious and theatrical than that on the day of Juby's death. Most of the lieutenants weren't even here, not to mention the Bright Lord himself. Only the leader of the hunters, James, was sitting on the steps leading up to the empty white throne. On his face, there was a slightly sullen expression. To Sonny's relief, Horace was nowhere to be seen. When the guard led the three of them inside, James raised his head and glanced in their direction with a frown. "Did I hear it correctly? One of you three wants to invoke the right of challenge." Nephis took a step forward, looked him right in the eyes, and answered in her usual indifferent voice, "I do." Her calmness was in direct contradiction with the heavy meaning behind those words. It was the polar opposite of the impassioned, scornful, furious speech of condemnation that Juby had given in this hall 3 days ago. The confused frown on James's face deepened.
"You do know what that means, right, little girl?"
She continued to stare at him without showing any sign of fear, then repeated, "I do." The tall hunter sighed.
"Listen, it is indeed true that anyone has the right to invoke the right of challenge, but throwing your life away is a really stupid thing to do. I'm sure that you had to suffer a lot to make it this far. Everyone here did, pretty much. So how about you think about it some more and reconsider?"
His voice wasn't unfriendly. It actually seemed pretty sincere, as though Gunlog's lieutenant really did not want to see her die for no reason. However, his words fell on deaf ears. Neff just tilted her head a little and said, "No need." James sighed again, then shook his head.
"Fine, have it your way then. Who are you here to accuse?"
Sonny already had the idea. That's why he wasn't surprised to hear her next words. "I am here to accuse the Pathfinder, known as Andel." Andel was the person whose crime had led to Juby's challenge, and then death. As another wave of whispers rose from around the crowd, James blinked. With an unhappy scowl on his face, he said,
"As I've told the last time, I'm the leader of both hunters and pathfinders. Any crime they commit while performing their duties is my crime. So, I will be the one to answer for it. Are you sure you want to challenge me, kid?"
Sonny held his breath, knowing that Neff's next words would decide their fates. Despite the older man's heavy tone, she did not even flinch. However, she did pierce him with a cold gaze, then slowly shook her head. "I am not here to accuse him of murdering the young man from the outer settlement. I'm here to accuse him of theft. Andel has lost a considerable amount of soul shards while gambling, but refused to pay. That is stealing. Since it was done in his private time and not while performing any official duties, you have nothing to do with it." James stared at her, a bewildered look clearly written on his face. Sonny was doing the same. "Well, that was unexpected. Kind of ingenious, actually. Who knew Nephis could be so crafty?" By shifting the accusation from a crime committed during a hunt to a misdemeanor that had nothing to do with Andel's role as a pathfinder, she effectively prevented any of the lieutenants from fighting on his behalf, at least if they remained true to their claim of being just. But was a seasoned pathfinder any less of a threat than one of Gunlog's proxies? And would James even allow a challenge like that to proceed? As though responding to his questions, the tall hunter raised his eyebrows and said in disbelief,
"What? A gambling debt? You want to... Did Aiko send you?"
Nephis shook her head. "No, I've never even met her." Everyone in the Grand Hall looked at her as though she was insane. The charismatic lieutenant was no exception. With some exasperation finding its way into his voice, he asked, "If you don't even know the person Andel owes the shards, why are you here challenging him on her behalf?" Nephis shrugged. "Do I need to personally know the victim of the crime to punish the criminal?" James stared, clearly finding the whole situation ridiculous.
"It's just a gambling debt. I can pay the shards myself and we all can..."
However, Changing Star interrupted him. Her voice was still inexplicably calm and even. "It's not about the shards. It's about justice and law. The law is our only guiding star in this dark world. Without its light, there's only darkness." Her words echoed in the Grand Hall, putting a grim expression on James's face. By repeating what Gunlog had said there a few days prior, she left him with little choice but to satisfy the request for a challenge. After all, going against it would be tantamount to going against the Bright Lord's will. Sunny stifled a laugh. How devious. Did she learn all that from me? The hunter looked away with regret, remained silent for some time, and then spoke to one of the guards in a dark tone.
Go and bring Andel here. Tell that bastard that after he kills this stupid girl, he and I will have a long conversation about his life choices.
Then he glanced at Neff and said,
And you, say your goodbyes and prepare for battle. Oh, right. What is your name? Tell us. That way you will at least be remembered.
Looking him right in the eyes, Nephis stayed quiet for a bit, and then answered. Her clear voice resounded loudly in the grand hall. I am Changing Star, of the Immortal Flame Clan. Suddenly, everything became silent. Everyone grew quiet. Even James seemed to be slightly stunned by that proclamation. The only person to not react to it at all was Castor, who had entered the grand hall a bit earlier and was now standing by one of the walls, watching Nephis with an indecipherable expression. Her full name was shocking to hear for two entirely different but equally earth-shattering reasons. First, she had called herself not by her human name, but by her true name. In the entire history of human civilization, only a handful of Awakened had managed to earn a true name in their first nightmare. Needless to say, none of them were among the 1,000 sleepers currently trapped on the Forgotten Shore. Even Gunlog himself did not have one, but Nephis did. And Sunny too, of course, but no one had to know that. Second, she had announced herself to be a legacy, and not just any legacy, but one from the legendary Immortal Flame Clan, a clan that had been responsible for propelling the entire human species forward not once, but twice. First by helping conquer the second nightmare, then the third. The combination of these facts was enough to set off a metaphorical explosion in the middle of the Dark City. If this was true, then she could be considered to be an almost messianic figure here on the Forgotten Shore. Suddenly, the calmness with which she had dared to challenge a fearsome pathfinder to a battle to the death did not seem that strange. The dazed looks in the eyes of all the sleepers gathered in the grand hall had slowly begun to give place to a subtle, tentative, weak glow. It was as though a tiny seed of hope was suddenly planted in the dead soil of their lightless, forlorn souls. Either by accident or on purpose, Nephis chose that exact moment to summon her armor. Numerous sparks of light surrounded her in a whirlpool of soft radiance, and when they were gone, a striking black and white armor had appeared on her graceful body. Everyone's eyes were immediately glued to the symbol on its breastplate. On it, 7 shining stars were intricately engraved into the strange white metal.
That symbol.
It's the Starlight Crest.
The crest of the 7.
Just like Sunny, many of the inhabitants of the Bright Castle were familiar with the symbols of the 7 stars. Not only was it carved into the robe of the giant statue standing in front of the impregnable city wall, it was also often depicted in numerous stone carvings decorating the walls of the ancient fortress. It seemed to represent the 7 heroes that had once vowed to vanquish the darkness consuming this cursed land and lead its people back into the light. Sunny felt cold sweat running down his spine. What is she doing? Is it all a coincidence, or did Nephis plan everything? Does she not understand how these fools will react to such theatrics? If they get the wrong idea and start running their mouths about how she is some sort of heavenly savior, Gunlog will soon come knocking on our doors. Sunny tried to remember what Nephis had said when they were on their way. Had she told him to follow her lead and try to look virtuous? Sunny stared at her back, stumped. How would he even do that? There had never been a single drop of virtue in his entire body. Meanwhile, James had finally managed to compose himself and threw an evaluating look at Changing Star. If there had been nothing but neglect and discard in his eyes before, now there was a hint of dark wariness in them. Slowly, the leader of hunters smiled.
"Ah, in that case, nice to meet you. I must say it's a very impressive name you have there. Makes one wonder where it came from."
The implication behind these words was easy to understand. James was insinuating that Nephis was lying. It seemed as though this insinuation had removed a veil from everyone's eyes. Most people quickly lost their wistful expressions, once again looking at her either somberly or with dark anticipation. Only now there were also hints of mocking disdain on some of their faces. And yet, several of them were still staring at her with expressions full of hesitant, timid faith. Changing Star did not react to any of that in any way. She simply remained calm and indifferent, as though she existed slightly apart from the dirt and despair of this world. Soon, Andel the Pathfinder was led into the grand hall. The Pathfinder was of average height and solid build, with menacing blue eyes and a sharp jaw. His head was shaved on the sides, with the remaining hair weaved into a short braid. He appeared to be slightly older than the rest of the sleepers gathered in the grand hall, with the exception of James himself. Andel was probably around 24 years old. He looked like a skilled, seasoned, and ruthless fighter. Every Pathfinder was nothing less than an elite among elites, and he was no exception. Even those who hated Andel stared at him with fear and respect, even veneration. Entering the hall, Andel threw a dark look at Nephis and walked forward to the base of the steps leading to the white throne. There, he stopped and bowed, showing his respect to the leader of hunters. "I'm here." James stared at him with an irritated, contemptuous expression, and then sighed.
"Do you know why I've summoned you?"
The Pathfinder smirked. "Some wench wants to challenge me? Good. I was very sad to let Horace have all the fun last time." Several angry whispers sounded from the crowd, but no one dared to reveal their hatred toward the arrogant murderer openly. The corner of James's mouth turned downward. He remained silent for some time, and then said in a dangerous tone,
"Fun? Did you say fun? Well, Andel, if you lacked excitement in your life, you should have just told me. How about this? After you kill that girl, I will show you what real fun is."
With that, he gestured to the guards that the fight could begin. Andel frowned a little, but then turned around with a dark smile on his lips. Sunny and Cassia were led to the side, where they joined the crowd of spectating sleepers. By that point, there was a considerable amount of them gathered in the hall. Everyone looked at the fearsome Pathfinder and Nephis with a mix of tension and anticipation. Some were here just to see a macabre show, waiting with excitement for blood to flow. To them, it didn't matter who lived and who died, although none believed that the girl from the outer settlement had any chance of surviving a duel against the experienced Pathfinder. Others wanted to see Andel punished for his crimes, but even these people seemed to believe that Nephis was doomed to die. They just hoped that she would manage to make the bastard bleed a little before she did. Perhaps only Sunny, Cassia, and Castor knew that the result of this fight was not as predictable as everyone seemed to think. Not wasting any time, Andel summoned his weapon and walked towards Changing Star. In his hand, a vicious, crudely forged falchion suddenly gleamed with polished luster, its edge turning sharper than that of a razor. With a shudder, Sunny realized that not even the Starlight Legion armor would stop such a blade. The Pathfinder's movements were soft and deceptive, betraying years of experience in bloody battles against both nightmare creatures and humans. The dark smile had never left his lips, and there was bloodlust burning in his eyes. After years spent hunting monsters, he looked like a monster himself. However, Nephis just stood there calmly and watched him approach, not even trying to summon her sword. What is she doing? Trying to mimic Horace? When the distance between them shortened to that of only several steps, everyone held their breaths. Suddenly, Andel flourished his cleaver and lunged forward with astonishing, almost inhuman speed. His push was so powerful that dust flew into the air from under the soles of his boots. Sonny clenched his fists.
What is she?
Just a fraction of a second before the magically enhanced blade cleaved her apart, Nephis suddenly sidestepped the strike and threw her arms into the air, simultaneously summoning her longsword. The ethereal sparks of light passed through the blade of Andel's falchion, forming into silvery steel only on the other side of it. The Pathfinder's eyes widened. Forever. Without anything separating it from the enemy's flesh, the longsword that had just formed from thin air behind the falchion bit into his neck, cleanly severing Andel's head from his shoulders. As blood shot into the air from the Pathfinder's neck, his head rolled on the floor like a macabre ball and stopped near the steps that led to Gunlog's white throne. It seemed as though all oxygen was suddenly sucked out of the great hall. In the deathly silence, Andel's body heavily fell on the white marble. Everyone was staring at Nephis in utter disbelief. The sleepers, the guards, even James. Honestly, Sonny himself was a bit stunned. Of course, he had suspected the Changing Star might win the duel, but even he did not expect that she would kill an actual Pathfinder, one of the most fearsome warriors in the Bright Castle, with just one strike. Dismissing her sword with a cold expression on her face, Nephis walked over to the marble steps, picked up the severed head by the hair, and looked up at the leader of the hunters. Then, with a well-practiced polite smile, she said, "Oh, it was nice to meet you, too."
Nephis may have looked like an incredible badass in the moment, but the truth was that she had just kicked the hornet's nest, and she had done it intentionally. The display had been too grand, too provocative, not to elicit some form of retaliation from the castle. And for what? To convince Effie to join them? Surely that was not worth declaring yourself as Gunlog's enemy. Sonny swallowed the lump in his throat as he imagined the coming repercussions. He was certain they'd be swift.
Everyone grew quiet. Even James seemed to be slightly stunned by that proclamation. The only person to not react to it at all was Castor, who had entered the Grand Hall a bit earlier and was now standing by one of the walls, watching Nephis with an indecipherable expression. Her full name was shocking to hear for two entirely different but equally earth-shattering reasons. First, she had called herself not by her human name, but by her true name. In the entire history of human civilization, only a handful of Awakened had managed to earn a true name in their first nightmare. Needless to say, none of them were among the 1,000 sleepers currently trapped on the Forgotten Shore. Even Gunlog himself did not have one, but Nephis did. And Sonny too, of course, but no one had to know that. Second, she had announced herself to be a legacy, and not just any legacy, but one from the legendary Immortal Flame Clan, a clan that had been responsible for propelling the entire human species forward not once, but twice. First by helping conquer the second nightmare, then the third. The combination of these facts was enough to set off a metaphorical explosion in the middle of the Dark City. If this was true, then she could be considered to be an almost messianic figure here on the Forgotten Shore. Suddenly, the calmness with which she had dared to challenge a fearsome Pathfinder to a battle to the death did not seem that strange. The dazed looks in the eyes of all the sleepers gathered in the Grand Hall had slowly begun to give place to a subtle, tentative, weak glow. It was as though a tiny seed of hope was suddenly planted in the dead soil of their lightless, forlorn souls. Either by accident or on purpose, Nephis chose that exact moment to summon her armor. Numerous sparks of light surrounded her in a whirlpool of soft radiance, and when they were gone, A striking black and white armor had appeared on her graceful body. Everyone's eyes were immediately glued to the symbol on its breastplate. On it, 7 shining stars were intricately engraved into the strange white metal.
That symbol.
It's the Starlight Crest.
The crest of the 7.
Just like Sunny, many of the inhabitants of the Bright Castle were familiar with the symbols of the 7 stars. Not only was it carved into the robe of the giant statue standing in front of the impregnable city wall, it was also often depicted in numerous stone carvings decorating the walls of the ancient fortress. It seemed to represent the 7 heroes that had once vowed to vanquish the darkness consuming this cursed land and lead its people back into the light. Sunny felt cold sweat running down his spine.
What is she doing? Is it all a coincidence, or did Nephis plan everything? Does she not understand how these fools will react to such theatrics? If they get the wrong idea and start running their mouths about how she is some sort of heavenly savior, Gunlog will soon come knocking on our doors.
Sunny tried to remember what Nephis had said when they were on their way. Had she told him to follow her lead and try to look virtuous?
Sunny stared at her back, stumped. How would he even do that? There had never been a single drop of virtue in his entire body. Meanwhile, James had finally managed to compose himself and threw an evaluating look at Changing Star. If there had been nothing but neglect and discard in his eyes before, now there was a hint of dark wariness in them. Slowly, the leader of hunters smiled.
Ah, in that case, nice to meet you. I must say it's a very impressive name you have there. Makes one wonder where it came from.
The implication behind these words was easy to understand. James was insinuating that Nephis was lying. It seemed as though this insinuation had removed a veil from everyone's eyes. Most people quickly lost their wistful expressions, once again looking at her either somberly or with dark anticipation. Only now there were also hints of mocking disdain on some of their faces. And yet, several of them were still staring at her with expressions full of hesitant, timid faith. Changing Star did not react to any of that in any way. She simply remained calm and indifferent, as though she existed slightly apart from the dirt and despair of this world. Soon, Andel the Pathfinder was led into the Grand Hall. The Pathfinder was of average height and solid build, with menacing blue eyes and a sharp jaw. His head was shaved on the sides, with the remaining hair weaved into a short braid. He appeared to be slightly older than the rest of the sleepers gathered in the Grand Hall, with the exception of James himself. Andel was probably around 24 years old. He looked like a skilled, seasoned, and ruthless fighter. Every Pathfinder was nothing less than an elite among elites, and he was no exception. Even those who hated Andel stared at him with fear and respect, even veneration. Entering the hall, Andel threw a dark look at Nephis and walked forward to the base of the steps leading to the white throne. There, he stopped and bowed, showing his respect to the leader of hunters. "I'm here." James stared at him with an irritated, contemptuous expression, and then sighed.
Do you know why I've summoned you?
The Pathfinder smirked. "Some wench wants to challenge me? Good. I was very sad to let Horace have all the fun last time." Several angry whispers sounded from the crowd, but no one dared to reveal their hatred toward the arrogant murderer openly. The corner of James's mouth turned downward. He remained silent for some time, and then said in a dangerous tone,
"Fun? Did you say fun? Well, Andel, if you lacked excitement in your life, you should have just told me. How about this? After you kill that girl, I will show you what real fun is."
With that, he gestured to the guards that the fight could begin. Andel frowned a little, but then turned around with a dark smile on his lips. Sunny and Cassia were led to the side, where they joined the crowd of spectating sleepers. By that point, there was a considerable amount of them gathered in the hall. Everyone looked at the fearsome Pathfinder and Nephis with a mix of tension and anticipation. Some were here just to see a macabre show, waiting with excitement for blood to flow. To them, it didn't matter who lived and who died, although none believed that the girl from the outer settlement had any chance of surviving a duel against the experienced Pathfinder. Others wanted to see Andel punished for his crimes, but even these people seemed to believe that Nephis was doomed to die. They just hoped that she would manage to make the bastard bleed a little before she did. Perhaps only Sunny, Cassia, and Castor knew that the result of this fight was not as predictable as everyone seemed to think. Not wasting any time, Andel summoned his weapon and walked towards Changing Star. In his hand, a vicious, crudely forged falchion suddenly gleamed with polished luster, its edge turning sharper than that of a razor. With a shudder, Sunny realized that not even the Starlight Legion armor would stop such a blade. The Pathfinder's movements were soft and deceptive, betraying years of experience in bloody battles against both nightmare creatures and humans. The dark smile had never left his lips, and there was bloodlust burning in his eyes. After years spent hunting monsters, he looked like a monster himself. However, Nephis just stood there calmly and watched him approach, not even trying to summon her sword.
What is she doing? Trying to mimic Horus?
When the distance between them shortened to that of only several steps, everyone held their breaths. Suddenly, Andel flourished his cleaver and lunged forward with astonishing, almost inhuman speed. His push was so powerful that dust flew into the air from under the soles of his boots. Sunny clenched his fists.
What is she?
Just a fraction of a second before the magically enhanced blade cleaved her apart, Nephis suddenly sidestepped the strike and threw her arms into the air, simultaneously summoning her longsword. The ethereal sparks of light passed through the blade of Andel's falchion, forming into silvery steel only on the other side of it. The Pathfinder's eyes widened. Forever. Without anything separating it from the enemy's flesh, the longsword that had just formed from thin air behind the falchion bit into his neck, cleanly severing Andel's head from his shoulders. As blood shot into the air from the Pathfinder's neck, his head rolled on the floor like a macabre ball and stopped near the steps that led to Gunlog's white throne. It seemed as though all oxygen was suddenly sucked out of the great hall. In the deathly silence, Andel's body heavily fell on the white marble. Everyone was staring at Nephis in utter disbelief. The sleepers, the guards, even James. Honestly, Sunny himself was a bit stunned. Of course, he had suspected that Changing Star might win the duel, but even he did not expect that she would kill an actual Pathfinder, one of the most fearsome warriors in the Bright Castle, with just one strike. Dismissing her sword with a cold expression on her face, Nephis walked over to the marble steps, picked up the severed head by the hair, and looked up at the leader of the hunters. Then, with a well-practiced polite smile, she said, "Oh, it was nice to meet you, too."
Nephis may have looked like an incredible badass in the moment, but the truth was that she had just kicked the hornet's nest, and she had done it intentionally. The display had been too grand, too provocative, not to elicit some form of retaliation from the castle. And for what? To convince Effie to join them? Surely that was not worth declaring yourself as Gunlog's enemy. Sunny swallowed the lump in his throat as he imagined the coming repercussions. He was certain they'd be swift.
The blood was still dripping from Andel's severed head when they left the castle. Nephis was holding it by the hair, her face as indifferent as always. It seemed as though carrying human heads was not even something worthy of changing facial expressions. Suddenly, Sunny saw Changing Star in a new light. It was a long time since he had last been wary of her, but now he was starting to wonder. Just how many people had she killed in the past? The facial expressions of everyone else, though, ranged from astonishment to horror. People who had witnessed the duel stared at Nephis as though she was some sort of an avenging angel. The others treated her like a terrifying demon. I wonder how much soul essences had she absorbed with this one kill? It has to be a lot, right? But those were just the inhabitants of the castle. The reactions of the people of the outer settlement were strangely reserved, and yet somehow even more intense. They had never seen one of them stroll into the ancient fortress and walk away freely with a severed head of a pathfinder in their hands. Now, all of them were watching silently, an inexorable, dark, sweltering emotion burning in their eyes. All of it made Sonny very uncomfortable. He wasn't sure if Nephis knew what kind of a storm her stunt had evoked in the hearts of these people. That sort of emotion was dangerous and almost impossible to control. If she wasn't careful, if they didn't watch their backs, things could turn really bad, really quickly. But what if she had done it on purpose? What if she knew exactly what kind of reaction within the castle walls this would spark? Would that be better or worse? Was Neph really capable of such ingenious and effective manipulation? Was this her plan all along? Sonny wasn't sure that he knew this side of Changing Star. Come to think of it, he didn't really know that much about her at all. Not really. Consumed by these doubts, Sonny didn't even notice that they were already in front of Effie's cabin. He glanced at the sky, only to see the sun hiding behind the ominous silhouette of the Crimson Spire. It was evening, just like Nephis had promised. Scary, Sonny thought as Nephis was about to knock on Effie's door. The unruly huntress opened the door with a hint of irritation in her eyes. What's with all this commotion? Can't a girl spend a day in... Noticing the three of them, she froze. Without so much as batting an eye, Nephis simply threw Andel's head to Effie's feet and asked, "Can we talk now?" Looking down at the macabre present, the huntress narrowed her eyes. Her face darkened. A few moments later, she glanced up and spoke in a grim voice. "Come inside." As soon as the door closed behind them, Effie asked in a furious whisper, "What the hell have you done, princess?" Nephis tilted her head and leaned slightly frowned. Then, she said with a hint of sincere confusion in her voice, "You wanted me to prove my strength, did you not?" The huntress stared at her in disbelief. Misunderstanding her silence, Neph blinked and then added, "Oh, that head belonged to..." "I know whose head it is. Where did you get it?" Sonny sighed and slumped heavily on one of the sturdy chests. Then he forced out a dark smile and cut in, "Oh, by the way, you might be the last human in the Dark City to learn this, but standing right in front of you is none other than Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, the champion of justice. She just walked into the castle, challenged the bastard, and killed him with one strike of her sword right under everyone's eyes. By now, this must be the only thing people are talking about." His tone lacked any kind of amusement. If anything, it seemed as though Sonny was just barely stopping himself from completely losing his shit. Why? Why did trouble have to follow him everywhere he went? While Neph and Cassia were anxiously waiting for Effie's response, Sonny just stared at his shadow, hoping to find some sympathy. Sadly, there wasn't any to be found. The shadow was just staring back at him, full of jubilant gloating. Effie, meanwhile, blinked a couple of times and looked at them with a strange expression. "That's right, run while you can," Sonny thought bitterly. But to his surprise, she threw her head back and laughed out loud. Oh gods, did you really? This is priceless. I wish I'd seen their faces. Sonny watched her with his mouth wide open. That was not the reaction he had been expecting. Crazy. They're all crazy. I'm surrounded by crazy people. When Effie finished laughing, she glanced at Changing Star with a dark but gleeful expression. "All right, you've proven your point. But there is something you should know. Back when I refused to join the host, Gunlog made it clear that if he can't have me, no one else will. Ever since,
Any group that dared to invite me to join them ended up regretting their decision. By hiring me as a guide, you will be putting yourself in his crosshairs. Are you sure you want to do this?"
So, there was more to her story. No wonder she was so solitary. In the ensuing silence, Sonny was the first one to speak. His voice sounded bitter and dejected.
"It's a bit late to worry about that, don't you think?"
The next morning, they were preparing to go on a hunt. A small crowd of slum dwellers gathered around to see them off, their dark eyes burning with a strange mix of hope and anguish. By now, the story of Changing Star's clever ruse and heroic battle against the villainous Pathfinder Andal had already flown all over the place, growing more and more unbelievable with each retelling. Now, these people came to witness her with their own eyes. They were especially interested in the Starlight Legion armor and the symbol engraved on its breastplate. Who knew that the memory of a simple carapace centurion would have such an effect on the inhabitants of the Dark City? Sonny was not happy about any of it. The last thing he wanted was this level of attention on his actions, let alone his whereabouts. But even worse, everyone was learning his face. With fame like this came more questions. The previous evening, he had a chance to ask Nephis a few questions after they had returned to their lodge. However, he kept most of them to himself, not knowing how to properly express his feelings. In the end, he only asked about how she had managed to defeat her human opponent, who was much more powerful in terms of physical prowess, so easily. Changing Star's answer was very simple. She just shrugged and said, "An old legacy trick," which pretty much explained everything and nothing at all. And now they were going into the Dark City to hunt monsters. When the four of them were ready to set off, a sudden hum of voices made them turn around. The slum dwellers stepped aside, letting a tall young man walk through. Sonny frowned.
"Great. What is he doing here?"
Walking closer, Castor stopped a few meters away from them and gave a polite bow. "Lady Nephis, Huntress Athena, Cassia, Sonny, good morning to all of you. I, Castor of the Lee clan, would like to join your hunting party. Will you have me?" Everyone grew quiet for a few moments. Despite Sonny's dislike of the handsome legacy, having him on their side would be an incredible boon. Genius fighters like Castor were hard to come by anywhere, let alone on the Forgotten Shore. He felt torn. A buzz of whispers rose from the crowd. People were shocked to see a warrior from the castle volunteering to join an outer settlement cohort, and one of such fearsome reputation, too. After some time had passed, Changing Star simply shrugged, "If you want." Just like that, the proud scion of the Lee clan had become the 5th member of their hunting party. It was strange to see their numbers grow after months spent alone in the labyrinth, but that was probably inevitable. What else did Sonny expect? That it would be just the 3 of them forever?
I guess it was to grow the group or end up utterly alone again.
Together, the 5 sleepers left the slum of the outer settlement behind and stepped onto the road of white stone that led into the cursed ruins. There was no telling what they'd find lurking within the ruins. Sonny had yet to learn firsthand what terrifying and deadly creatures hid in the shadows. He had been happy to avoid them up until now. Now, he was off to seek them out.
Their first hunt was surprisingly uneventful. Guided by an experienced pathfinder and augmented by Sonny's stealthy shadow, they managed to avoid any fallen creatures and arrive at the destination in one piece. There, the group hid in the ruins and waited for their prey to show up. The plan of battle was discussed beforehand. After Effie had described the type of monster they were here to kill, complete with a detailed list of its strengths and weaknesses, Nephis quickly assigned different roles to different people. Sonny had expected that things would work just like back in the labyrinth, but to his surprise, they did not. Just like before, Neph was going to take most of the risk and lure the enemy into revealing its vulnerability. However, Castor was going to be the one to make use of it, and deal the fatal blow, not Sunny. Which made sense, really. After all, Sunny's ability was not a combat one, at least not officially. It was rational to entrust the role to someone with an incredibly powerful combat ability, as the one Castor possessed. Still, for some reason, Sunny felt angry about it. It felt as though he was being replaced. Not wishing to appear childish, he swallowed his bitterness and remained silent. When the creature did show up, everything went perfectly. Nephis and Castor were able to finish the creature off without sustaining any injuries. Their teamwork, while not effortless, was strangely harmonious, probably because both were legacies and had received similar kinds of training. Sunny, whose task was to join the fray if things went wrong, ended up not having to lift a finger. Neither did Effie, who simply stayed with Cassia in case the blind girl needed protection. After everything was over, she laughed.
Huh, this is the easiest meal I've ever earned.
Effie's status in the party was a bit strange. Unlike the rest of them, she had not shown any desire to join the cohort officially. Instead, she was more like a hired worker. Her responsibilities included guiding the party through the ruins and providing them with information, and nothing else. She wasn't even required to fight side by side with them. After the nightmare creature was dead, they quickly butchered it and left the scene of the battle loaded with a heavy weight of meat. Before the shadow of the Crimson Spire fell on the Dark City, the cohort was already approaching the Marble Arch at the base of the hill. This was when something unexpected finally happened. And it happened because of Nephis. After giving a fair share of the spoils to the vigorous huntress, Nephis glanced at Sunny, Cassia, and Castor. Changing Star's voice, leaden and serious. "I would like for you three to entrust me with your part of the meat." Sunny's brow furrowed, and he wondered what would prompt the typically generous Nephis to make such a request. But before Sunny had an opportunity to ask a question, Cassia offered up a reply.
Of course, Neph.
Castor did not linger either. He bowed slightly to Changing Star. "As you wish, Lady Nephis." Sunny gritted his teeth. After that, he would have looked like a complete jerk if he were to start interrogating her. Especially because, technically, he had not done anything except lending his shadow to Effie. Nephis and Castor were the ones who had actually risked their lives.
Fine.
Nephis gave them a nod and continued walking up the white road. When they returned to the outer settlement, she separated the remaining share of monster meat into two parts. One, much smaller part, she handed to Cassia. The other, incomparably larger part, she simply placed on the white stones in front of their lodge. Effie looked at the whole process with curiosity. So did the slum dwellers who had gathered to welcome them back. Sunny frowned.
"What are you doing?"
Changing Star glanced at him and then gestured to the small bundle of meat in Cassia's hands. "This is for us to sustain ourselves. We will eat that meat until our next hunt." Somebody from the crowd shouted,
"What about the rest? Are you selling it? What's your price?"
It was customary for outer settlement hunters to sell some of their spoils. That was how people here fed themselves. The meat could be exchanged for items, services, or in very rare cases, actual shards. Neph turned to the people who had gathered around and looked at them with a frown. When everyone grew quiet, Nephis spoke in a cold tone. "My hunting party will not be selling any meat, ever." Before anyone had time to react, dismayed by that answer, she took a step to the side and gestured to the large pile of meat. "Instead, we will be giving it away for free." A dead silence hung above the edge of the outer settlement. The slum dwellers who had come to catch a glimpse of Changing Star, or in the hope of procuring some food, were all looking at Nephis with a dark mix of mistrust, disbelief, and suspicion. After a while, someone shouted,
"What trick are you trying to play? People here are hungry, Changing Star. Shame on you."
Nephis crossed her arms and furrowed her brow. "There is no trick. Everyone is free to take a small share of the meat to fill their stomach." The young man who had accused her before laughed.
"Why would you just hand it out for free? Do you think that we're fools?"
Sonny was being tormented by the same question. He often joked about Neff's foolish nobility, but he also knew that she wasn't really stupid. She always had a reason for everything she did, even if those reasons sometimes seemed insane to him. Lately, he even started to suspect that Neff was much more cynical and pragmatic than he had ever given her credit for. It's just that her version of cynicism was very different from his own. Meanwhile, Neffis pierced the shouter with a cold scowl. There was a hint of anger in her voice. Why? Am I not a human? Are you not humans? Does a human need a reason to help others of her kind in this cursed place? She took a step forward and looked at the gathered people, making them shiver under her heavy gaze. Shame on me. No, shame on you all for forgetting who you are. We are people, not beasts. In the real world or the dream realm, this is who we are. Her words echoed above the white stones, mixing with the howling wind. Now, come forward and take some food if you're hungry. The slum dwellers were still not convinced. However, their hunger was stronger than their wariness. Soon the first of them stepped forward, tentatively took a small strip of meat, threw a furtive glance at Neffis, and then hurriedly walked away. When the others saw that nothing happened to him, they became braver. Young men and women dressed in rags formed a messy line. One by one they came forward, received their tiny piece of meat, and then disappeared with haste, afraid that it would be taken back. Slowly, a new kind of light appeared on their faces. It was the same timid, weak emotion that Sonny had noticed in the eyes of the castle inhabitants after Neff had announced her name. It was something that precipitated hope, or maybe faith. With a dark expression on his face, Sonny looked up at the tiny silhouettes of guards observing them from the walls of the magnificent fortress. Neffis was right when she said that they were all still people. However, she was wrong about everything else. Because people were much worse than beasts, and he knew that in a treacherous place like this, kindness would surely be punished. Two questions remained. How long would they have to wait to find out what Gunlog's punishment would be, and how deadly that response would be? After that day, things moved with a speed that left Sonny disoriented. It was as though he was being pulled forward by an overpowering current, helpless to slow down or change direction. Before he could react to one change, another would happen, making him feel like he was losing control. Everything was happening so fast that he found it difficult to adjust. It was hard not to fear that, eventually, he would simply be left behind. After that first hunt, where Neffis had chosen to give most of the spoils away, she led them on several more. Not all those hunts went as smoothly, but they managed to return victorious, if a little battered. Every time she paid Effie her share of the meat, took a small amount for them to consume, and gave the rest to the people of the outer settlement, free of charge. Because of their small share, the group was forced to hunt every other day instead of once or twice a month. Sonny did not understand at all why they were taking on all that unnecessary risk, provided he wasn't exposed to many risks himself. Apart from a couple of short battles where Neff and Castor ended up requiring some backup, he spent most of his time with Effie, serving as her scout and slowly learning the ins and outs of the Dark City from her. With the well of knowledge that the unruly huntress possessed and Sonny's nimble shadow, the party rarely met anything they weren't ready to face. This gave them an incredible advantage over all other hunting parties of the outer settlement, and even some of Gunlog's own. Soon, their flawless and intense track record earned the cohort a reputation and respect from the other sleepers. They weren't seen as newcomers anymore. Instead, people considered them to be nothing short of the strongest hunters in the slum. Many even believed that Changing Star and her people were in no way inferior to the hunters of the Bright Castle. Neffis herself was known to be a fearsome fighter ever since her dramatic duel with Andel. Effie had the reputation as one of the outer settlement's best from a long time ago. handsome and capable caster quickly won respect and adoration thanks to his amiable personality, noble bearing, and skill. The three of them were considered to be the core of the party, with Cassia and Sunny existing somewhere on the periphery. People loved Cassia because Neff had entrusted her with the responsibility of handing out the free meat, and also because it was nearly impossible not to love this sweet, exquisitely beautiful, and tragic girl. For most of the slum dwellers, she was the welcoming face of the cohort. Sunny, on the other hand, had no significant role in the party, and therefore none of the slum dwellers paid much attention to him. He had performed no valiant feats and vanquished no monsters in the Dark City. As a result, most considered him to be a mere support member of the party, inconsequential at best, a charity case at worst. If they even remembered his existence. Sunny was simultaneously happy to live in obscurity and secretly infuriated by this lack of recognition. It was good that no one suspected how powerful he was, and yet, watching everyone fall over themselves in Castor's presence while completely ignoring his own made Sunny want to kill something. Or someone. Especially because due to the tactical composition of the cohort, Nephis spent most of her time with the handsome Legacy. They seemed to work especially well together. When this frustration threatened to overwhelm Sunny, he would go away, find a quiet corner, and train until every muscle in his body hurt. Usually the whistle of the Midnight Shard's blade cutting air was enough to calm him. He trained his swordsmanship day after day, finding strange comfort in it. At least this was something he could control. Of course, Sunny was never entirely relaxed. In fact, with each day, he grew more and more anxious, because other things were changing as well. After each hunt, Changing Star would provide the dwellers of the slum with free food. At first, they treated her with distrust, then with gratitude, and finally with something akin to reverence. The strange light that Sunny had noticed in their eyes after the first time was slowly growing brighter and brighter. Some people even started jokingly calling her Saint Nephis, as though she was some sort of an angel. However, he felt that these words strangely contained less and less humor with each day. It was very creepy, not to mention dangerous. The more people looked at Nephis like she was their personal savior, the more he feared how drastic Gunlog's reaction would be. If history had shown anything, it was that kings never went easy on meddling messiahs. And throughout all of that, the same question continued to torment Sunny. Was all of this an accident, or had Nephis done it on purpose? As time went by, more and more random people joined their group. They weren't hunters, just forlorn young men and women from the outer settlement who wanted to help. They'd tend to the monster hides that the cohort brought back from the hunts, maintain various tools and gear that needed to be used, assist Cassia with handing out food, and do other kinds of small but useful things. Soon, the ramshackle lodge was full of them. Sunny didn't even know all of their names. It seemed as though every day someone new would appear, acting as if they had always been part of the group. What's worse, not all of them seemed to know who he was either. Multiple times, Sunny remembers bumping into one of these smiling newbies and having them ask, "Are you new?" Of course, those bastards never asked Castor if he was new. Everyone managed to know who he was. Sunny felt like he was slowly becoming a stranger in his own home. The feeling was rather unpleasant, not to mention how perfectly it fit all his insecurities. What's worse, these new people made him uncomfortable. He wasn't sure of whether they were Changing Star's helpers or if they were her followers. Were they loyal or devout? One night, after a couple of weeks of this, he was suddenly woken by Cassia tugging on his sleeve. "Sunny, wake up." A moment later, he was already on his feet, ready to summon the Midnight Shard. A light coming from the other room told him that Neff was awake too. Sunny's heart beat inside his chest. He wondered if Gunlog had finally made his move, if one of these new followers was a spy. "What's wrong?" Cassia covered the candle she was holding in her hand, and answered in a worried voice.
Something is coming from the road. I've dreamt of it.
Knowing what had to be done, Sonny simply nodded, gripped Cassia's shoulder, and gave it a reassuring squeeze.
We'll take care of it.
Then he walked over to meet Nephis. Since their lodge was on the edge of the slum, right in front of the entrance of the ancient road, they had no choice but to fight. That night, the three of them, Changing Star, Sonny, and Castor, battled a devil that had wandered up the hill. They were able to lay the beast long before it made it to the outer rim of the settlement. When dawn came, terrified people walked out of their hovels on shaking legs and saw the horrible marks left on the white stones by the beast's claws, as well as puddles of blood, both human and that of a monster, steaming in the morning cold. They also saw Changing Star leaning tiredly on her silver sword. Sonny, who was sitting with his back against the wall of the lodge and breathing heavily, was looking at her too. Back when he was describing to Nephis why Gunlog could never be defeated, he had told her that every facet of life here was under his control. Food, safety, hope, fear, even power itself. Now, Changing Star had given these people food. By protecting the outer settlement, she had given them safety. She had given them hope. There was also the fear that the inhabitants of the castle felt after Nephis had easily beheaded one of their pathfinders. All that remained was power. Finally, the question that pressed heavily on his mind had an answer. No, none of this was coincidence. Everything that had happened, from choosing the outermost building in the slum as their base to insisting on giving away the food for free, was part of Changing Star's strange but methodical plan. She knew what she was doing all along. But why was she doing this? What was her ultimate goal? Uneasy, Sonny stared at Nephis and wondered about the future. He wondered if he'd ever truly known her. After about a month of living in the outer settlement, Sonny woke up one morning with the feeling of not belonging anywhere in this world. This familiar feeling had pursued him for most of his life, but had disappeared when he, Cassia, and Nephis were navigating the Forgotten Shore together. With a sigh, he rose from his narrow cot and summoned the puppeteer's shroud. The stone lodge was already full of sounds and voices. The tempting smell of breakfast filled the air. Coming out of his small room, Sonny saw a bunch of Neph's helpers rushing here and there, busy with various tasks. Some of them stopped to greet him, others did not. He paid no attention to them and went outside to wash his face and take a look at the sky. The gray sky of the Forgotten Shore looked as it always did. Nothing ever really changed in this loathsome hell. On his way back, Sonny noticed a gaunt figure standing hesitantly near the doors of the lodge. The ragged young man looked very familiar. Reaching into his memory, Sonny identified him as the friendly but nervous receptionist from the castle. His clothes were much less clean and tidy than they had been before, and his face had become even thinner. The young man had seen better days. Sonny was curious why he'd have strayed from the castle. Sonny approached the young man.
Harper, right? How come you're here?
Harper flinched and looked at him with anxious eyes.
Oh, Sunless. It's so nice to see you.
Sonny stared at him.
Did they kick you out of the castle?
Harper's face instantly fell. Lowering his gaze, he stayed silent for a few moments and then spoke in a whisper.
I haven't been able to pay the tribute anymore. So, yes, I guess they did.
Then he glanced up, hesitated, and added,
I heard that I can get some food here.
Sonny tried to give him a reassuring smile.
Sure. Usually we give out meat after the hunts. But if you're hungry right now, I'm certain there's something we can do. Just talk to, a girl with red hair. She's in charge of breakfast, I think."
Harper smiled too, the weak light of hope igniting in his eyes.
"Really? They will just give me a meal for free?"
Sonny shrugged.
Why not? We have enough food right now. Most of those guys and girls are always here anyway. They're like guests that just won't leave. Doesn't matter. They help around, doing this and that, to express their gratitude, I guess. If you feel guilty just eating for free, ask them for a chore. This might not be the Bright Castle, but you'll see that life here can be tolerable here as well.
Guiding the gaunt young man inside, Sonny directed him toward the kitchen and sighed. Even castle dwellers were now coming to their lodge. If this went on, he would have to share his room with some random stranger. What a joke. Entering the main hall, he noticed Nephis and Castor standing near the window, discussing the approaching hunt. This morning, there were several hunters from other parties surrounding them. The cohort had been planning a big joint hunt for a while now, and today was the day. Sonny scowled and thought,
Did they just start without me?
hiding his discontent, Sonny walked over to the group of hunters and greeted them. Castor smiled at him, while Nephis simply nodded. The other hunters glanced at the new arrival and didn't pay him much attention. Their indifference stung, and Sonny silently chastised these strangers.
Fools, if you knew who stands before you.
Meanwhile, one of the hunters was speaking.
South of the collapsed lighthouse is a good choice, but the awakened creatures living there have incredibly sharp hearing. Attacking them in large numbers won't be easy.
In the past month, their lodge had gone through a transformation. The remnants of broken furniture were long gone and replaced. Some of the new pieces of furniture came from the ruins. Some were made right here by the craftsmen of the outer settlement. There were monster hides and decorations hung on the walls, making the space look neat and presentable. These days, the lodge appeared as the headquarters of a small but prosperous awakened cohort. There was even a large map of the Dark City on one of the walls, with various symbols marking all kinds of useful information. Currently, the hunter was pointing at a particular spot on the map.
This spot right here is much more promising. Blood fiends are known to dwell in these parts. They hibernate during the day, so if we manage to find a lair or two...
Castor shook his head.
The area you're suggesting is too close to the territory of those strange living statues. We all know how formidable those bizarre creatures are. I still think the south of the lighthouse is better. We just need to think of a way to deceive the hearing of the monsters.
Suddenly finding something that he could be helpful with, Sonny interjected.
I have a bell that can...
However, his voice drowned in the buzz of the conversation. No one paid attention to his words. Embarrassed, Sonny inhaled deeply and waited for a few seconds.
We can use one of my 2 sound-producing memories too.
But right at that moment, Castor seemed to come up with a brilliant idea. Everyone listened to him, turning their backs on Sonny. It was as though he was completely invisible. Sonny stood there for a minute or two, feeling awkward, angry, and utterly stupid.
He shot a look at Nephis to see if she picked up on his annoyance. She wasn't even paying attention. So, he turned around and walked away.
Finding his way to the roof of the lodge, he climbed on top of the second-story addition and sat there solemnly, watching as the sun slowly climbed up. After a while, Sonny sighed and closed his eyes, letting the shadow slip back into the building. Just as he had expected, no one even noticed his absence. Not surprised, he sent the shadow around the lodge, watching all the people who were busy making Neph's mysterious plan happen. Everyone seemed full of energy, enthusiasm, and a sense of belonging. Why was he the only one who couldn't fit in? Even that guy from the castle, Harper, had already found some friends. He was currently helping the red-haired girl who was in charge of breakfast wash the dishes. Sonny frowned. Something wasn't quite right with Harper. He couldn't put his finger on it, but the gaunt young man seemed a little off somehow. Forgetting about his bad mood, Sonny concentrated on watching the timid sleeper. Harper seemed to do just what any newcomer would do, helping people, learning their names, and asking questions about how things worked in the Changing Stars party. It seemed as though he wanted very badly to stay in the lodge and become useful, which was understandable. But something was wrong. Sonny's suspicions were confirmed when, about an hour later, Harper left the lodge and went back into the slum. With the shadow stealthily following him from behind, the gaunt young man made sure that no one saw him and hurriedly dove into a secluded alley. Deep in the darkness of that alley, a man was waiting for him. Sonny frowned, recognizing one of the high-ranking guards from the castle. The guard glared at Harper and spoke in an unfriendly tone.
Well?
Harper looked down, his fear and anxiousness apparent.
Yes, sir. I've done what you told me. It wasn't very hard.
The guard smiled. Good. It seems that you want to return to the castle. Harper glanced up, a desperate light igniting in his eyes.
Really? So, I can return, even though I don't have any shards to pay the tribute?
The smile disappeared from the guard's face. You will be able to return after you gather all the information that I told you to learn. If you do, I'll invite you inside myself. No need to even worry about the tribute. But remember, I need to know everything about the core members of the cohort, including St. Nephis herself. Their aspects, their abilities, their flaws. I even want to know what hand they use to wipe, understand? Harper paled.
But, sir, things like that, it won't be easy to learn them, especially for a simple servant like me.
The guard frowned. Didn't you say that you knew 2 of the cohort members already? This is why I gave you this chance to begin with. Did you lie to me, boy? The gaunt young man flinched.
No, I do know them. I spoke with Lady Changing Star's scout already. He is a friend of mine.
A wide, menacing smile appeared on the guard's face. Well, what's the problem? Get that fool talking. Rats like him will tell you everything as long as you pay them a little attention. Believe me, I'm willing to bet that this useless freeloader is walking around full of jealousy and delusions of grandeur. Pretend to respect him even a little, and he won't be able to shut up. Sonny felt a pang of anger, tinged with shame. Was that true? Was he that transparent? Harper nodded, then suddenly hesitated.
Sir, you won't hurt them, will you? They are good people.
The guard stared at him for a second or two, then said in a dark, mocking tone, Why do you ask if you already know the answer? Hearing those words, Harper deflated. His face darkened, and he lowered his head as though ashamed to look straight. However, Harper didn't object. Sonny was already planning the beating he was going to give the cowardly young man before throwing him out of the lodge. But at that moment, a voice called out for him. It was Effie.
Hey, doofus. Are you asleep? Come down. The hunt is starting.
Torn away from the shadow's perspective, Sonny threw a glance at Effie and called his shadow back.
When Sonny got down from the roof, Nephis was surrounded by this new and expanded hunting cohort. Sonny pushed his way through the newbies to get at her side. Sonny put his hand on her shoulder.
Nephis, we need to talk.
She looked back at him, her face blank and her tone flat. Can't now. Castor's plan is time-dependent. Sonny frowned.
It's important.
Nephis looked utterly unmoved by Sonny's statement. He felt a pang of annoyance, realizing how little she valued his opinions. Nephis shrugged him off and began to walk. Whatever it is, it'll have to wait. Sonny scoffed.
But Nephis!
Castor's voice cut through the crowd. Listen up, everyone. We're moving out. And just like that, Nephis was marching away from Sonny with the rest of the hunters. He hesitated for a long second and glanced back at the lodge. He felt strange walking away with a spy in their midst, but he had tried to warn Nephis. What else could he do? Sonny said a silent prayer that Harper wouldn't do too much damage before he could talk to Nephis privately. Then, he followed the group off on their hunt. Effie walked down the winding stone pathways of the Dark City. As the scout, she always led the way. Per usual, Sonny was at her side in case his aspect would be useful. But Sonny's mind wasn't truly on the hunt, not after discovering Gunlog had embedded a spy in their camp. He had tried to report this news to Nephis, but she was clearly not interested in his input now that she had a loyal cadre of sycophants. Nephis was a few paces behind Sonny with Castor and the bulk of their hunting force. She was a natural at commanding the men, but this was the first time they tried hunting in this configuration. Normally, Nephis only took her core party members, but now that the lodge was stuffed with followers, it stood to reason they should try to expand the operation. More mouths to feed, after all. It was just past noon as the usual hunting party broke east, heading east to the massive ruin of a collapsed lighthouse that was situated at the edge of the city. There were almost 20 of them gathered together, all told, but everyone was careful and quiet as they made their way through the deadly maze of narrow streets. The plan was as straightforward and simple as possible. However, nothing was ever safe in the Dark City. Everyone was prepared for the worst.
And pretty soon, their fears came true.
Halfway to their destination, a sudden sound made Effie freeze in place. Raising a fist to signal everyone to stop, she peered into the fog, a dark and foreboding expression on her face. Feeling that something bad was about to happen, Sonny commanded his shadow to return to him. He had sent it further ahead as a scout, and it would take a few minutes for it to reach him. Sonny fell back a bit, positioning himself in a spot to protect Cassia should things go sideways. His hand was ready to grasp the hilt of the midnight shard out of the air.
For a few moments, everything was quiet. Then, Effie's pupils suddenly widened.
Scatter!
As soon as the word left her mouth, the experienced hunters dashed in different directions. Sonny himself grabbed Cassia and lunged to the side, dragging her along with him. Then, something large and heavy crashed from above into the cobblestones where the sleepers had been standing just a second ago. Luckily, most of them were already somewhere else due to Effie's timely warning. However, a couple of people were a little late to react. Their screams drowned in the sickening sound of tearing flesh. Sonny cursed. His shadow was nowhere near yet, leaving him with no choice but to fight without its aid. He spun around, summoning the Midnight Shard, and froze for a fraction of a second, all blood draining from his face. Out there, in the middle of the street, a massive winged creature was standing on the cracked cobblestones, its pale body and black feathers stained by the blood of the unfortunate hunters. Its terrifying beak was open, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like fangs. It was a Spire messenger. As Sonny watched, momentarily paralyzed by fear, a red tongue snaked out of the creature's maw to lick the blood off its face. Sonny screamed silently, "Move!" Shaking off the paralysis, Sonny gripped his sword and prepared to fight for his life. He was acutely aware that he held not only his fate, but that of poor Cassia as well. After that, everything happened incredibly fast, but also felt like an eternity. The hunters had a simple choice to make. Either separate into smaller groups and retreat into the ruins, risking encountering something equally as, or even more terrifying, or stand their ground and try to drive the fallen beast away. Without having to discuss it, everyone chose the second option. No matter how dangerous, a familiar enemy is always better than the unknown. The surviving hunters attacked the abomination with all they had. Even though their memories had no chance of breaking through the skin of the terrible creature, each strike still hurt it. Those who had aspect abilities capable of dealing direct damage immediately used them, hoping to at least disorient the beast. Of course, no ability of a sleeper could ever hope to wound a fallen beast. However, if their assault was ferocious enough, the messenger could retreat to search for easier prey. If it only made the abomination angrier, however, most of them were going to die. More than anything, trying to resist creatures of this rank was nothing but a gamble. For several seconds, it wasn't clear which way the situation would turn. The messenger easily shrugged off the rain of attacks and lashed out with its beak, piercing one of the hunters clean through. Ah! Despite the man's mighty build and heavy armor, another was almost torn apart by terrifying talons. But at the last second, Castor managed to pull the young man away thanks to his incredible speed. Sunny waited at the back, covering Cassia and praying that his shadow would come back in time to give him a chance of dealing damage to the damned creature. But in the end, it was Effie who dealt the decisive blow. Summoning her weapon, she leapt forward. Sunny could see her lean, powerful muscles moving like wire ropes under the olive skin. As though turning into a spring, her whole body tensed and then exploded with momentum. There was enough force behind her attack to split a mountain apart. Miraculously, the tip of her weapon managed to break the pale hide on the messenger's chest and stab deep, causing a stream of blood to shoot out. The creature screamed and then lashed out with its powerful paws at the huntress. A large round shield appeared on Effie's left hand. Digging the soles of her sandals into the ground, she leaned forward and received the terrifying blow. The cobblestones under her feet cracked, but the huntress remained standing. Spitting a mouthful of blood, she grinned crazily and twisted her weapon, causing more damage and pain to the messenger. It seemed as if the fallen creature did not expect to meet such fierce resistance from a bunch of ants, not to mention being hurt by them. Letting out another scream, it waved its wings to send the sleepers flying back, picked up the dead hunters, and jumped into the air. Soon, the abomination turned into a dark spot in the skies. All that remained behind were puddles of blood, broken stones, and the moans of battered humans.
Somehow, they had survived. Well, everyone that Sunny knew survived at least.
Effie straightened, dismissed her shield, and glanced down.
Damn. I think my arm is broken.
With blood running down her chin, the huntress laughed.
Oh.
And leaned on her weapon, visibly exhausted. Sunny wanted to congratulate her on that awesome strike, but then something registered in his mind. Suddenly cold, he stared at Effie's weapon.
She had always acted as a scout, holding back and letting Nephis, Castor, and Sunny do the fighting. So this was the first time Sunny saw what memory the huntress used in battle.
It was a spear, an ancient, beautiful spear forged from bronze. Something clicked in his mind. Disparate pieces of information connecting, and then everything exploded. Or at least it felt that way.
Cassia's vision from all those months ago suddenly made sense, and the explanation shook Sunny to his core.
As the Spire messenger disappeared in the distance, the members of the hunting party huddled together, regrouping. Sunny himself stood in stunned silence. Effie approached with a smirk.
Hey, doofus. Are you okay?
Sunny reacted after a second or two, raising his head and staring at Effie with empty eyes.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about stuff.
Effie gave him a strange look, then shrugged and turned away. Everyone was too busy to pay him any attention. Not that anyone ever did. Left alone, Sunny staggered and slowly lowered himself to the ground. In his mind, one phrase was repeating itself over and over, growing louder and louder with each second. Cassia's voice echoed.
A woman with a bronze spear. drowning in a tide of monsters. A woman with a bronze spear. This was a part of the vision that she had seen back at the beginning of their journey, on the night they had spent atop the giant statue of a headless knight. The one that was so harrowing that she had almost jumped into the dark waters of the cursed sea just to run away from her terror. It was also the key that connected every little piece of information that Sonny knew in one cohesive picture and let him understand the true meaning of that terrifying vision. He shuddered, remembering what Cassia had told them on that night in stark detail. I saw the human castle again, only this time it was at night. There was a lonely star burning in the black skies, and under its light, the castle was suddenly consumed by fire, with rivers of blood flowing down its halls. I saw a corpse in golden armor sitting on a throne, a woman with a bronze spear drowning in a tide of monsters, an archer trying to pierce the falling sky with his arrows. At that time, Sonny assumed for some reason that Cassia saw the cataclysm that had devoured this land and turned it into a desolate hell, creating the Forgotten Shore. The first part of the vision was certainly referring to how the curse of the all-consuming darkness had broken free from its 7 seals, so he had just assumed that the other parts of the vision spoke about the past too. But Effie's spear gave him an epiphany, a terrible revelation that he had been wrong all this time, that the apocalyptic images Cassia had described were not of the past, but of the future, their future. Trembling, Sonny raised his head and glanced at Nephis, who was using her powers to heal the wounded hunters, her ivory face contorted in a painful grimace. His eyes were wide and full of disbelief. It was all so clear. She was the lonely star that burned in the dark skies above the bright castle, bringing with it fire and rivers of blood. After all, her name was Changing Star, or depending on the runes used to write it, Star of Misfortune, the Star of Ruin. Sonny spent so much time fearing what Gunlog was going to do with Nephis, but he should have been scared of what she was going to do to him instead. A corpse in golden armor sitting on a throne. Why hadn't he realized the truth after seeing the Bright Lord for the first time? Gunlog was the corpse in Cassia's vision. Effie was the woman drowning in the sea of monsters. The archer. Sonny didn't know yet, but he was sure that they would meet soon. Maybe only to die together. He had always known that Nephis was guided by some mysterious, overwhelming goal. He didn't know what that goal was, but it was certainly not here on the Forgotten Shore. To achieve it, Changing Star had to find a way to return to the real world. That's why she had always been so unwavering and relentless in her ambition to move forward, overcome any obstacle, endure any pain. At times, it even seemed as though her conviction was more akin to an obsession. Nephis was willing to do anything to fuel her dream. The comforting words she had told him on their first day in the Dark City suddenly resounded in his mind. Only now, there was another, colder and much darker meaning beneath their surface. We will find a way to return. No matter what has to be done, we will. No matter what has to be done. There was only one way to leave the Forgotten Shore, and it lay in the Crimson Spire. No sleeper could ever hope to reach that gateway in one piece. They would need an army to even try. Maybe then, walking on corpses, 1 or 2 survivors would be able to escape from this cursed place. But Nephis didn't have an army. Yet. To gather one, she would need to kill Gunlog, usurp his power, and eliminate all opposition, drowning the Bright Castle in blood. Only then would she be able to rally every single sleeper left in the Dark City and lure them into following her on a suicidal crusade, knowing all too well that most of them would die because of it. No sane person would follow her, right?
Sunny remembered the faces of the young men and women who had become part of their group in the last few weeks. The strange light of hope, or maybe faith, burning in their eyes. The almost religious reverence they felt toward Nephis. No, not Nephis. Toward Changing Star, descendant of the immortal Flame Clan. At this moment, Sunny felt as if he finally understood every part of Neph's plan. Looking at the beautiful young woman with silver hair, Sunny shivered. On their way back, Sunny felt as though he was in a feverish dream. The magnitude of the revelation was too much for him. His mind felt weak, unsteady, and on the verge of breaking apart. He had never experienced such a deep feeling of shock. It was as though the very core of his being was violently shaken. He wasn't equipped with the right tools to cope with it. It felt as if he was on the verge of losing it. Sunny was truly horrified. He thought to himself,
Don't waste time trying to deal with your emotions. This is not the right time for feelings. You need to figure out how all of this affects you personally and what you need to do to turn things to your advantage.
After all, what was there to be scared of? That many people would die? What did their lives and deaths have to do with him? As long as he was the one left standing in the end, this whole thing might turn out to be beneficial. Hadn't he spent the last weeks being afraid of what Gunlog was going to do to them? Well, now he knew that Gunlog was going to end up as a corpse. Problem solved. Wasn't he crushed by the news that he would spend the rest of his life in this odious hell? Well, now that wasn't a certainty anymore. That last part of the prophecy. Everything was well. Better than ever. And yet, no matter how much Sunny was trying to be rational, he just couldn't help but be filled with terror. So he kept his mouth shut and returned to the lodge with the solemn group. In the crimson light of sunset, he found a reason to leave the lodge and walked to the edge of the stone platform. No one really cared that much about his whereabouts, so it wasn't hard to disappear for a while. No one noticed that something was bothering Sunny either. They were all accustomed to his moody behavior anyway. Cassia seemed to have picked up on something, and Castor, who pretended to be carefree, but actually had a habit of watching anyone close to Nephis like a hawk. Reaching the very end of the stone platform, Sunny turned around and looked at the outer settlement and the magnificent castle towering above it. With hundreds of sleepers rushing to find shelter before the coming of night, a cold and harrowing feeling gripped his heart. He felt a lump in his throat and whispered,
All these people are going to die.
Neph was going to kill them. Maybe not directly, but she'd be responsible for their deaths. Was he willing to help her do it?
For some reason, Sunny wanted to laugh. This whole situation was so sick and appalling that it was almost ridiculous. He was never an altruistic type. More than that, he always prided himself on being a cynical, selfish, and vicious person. But this was too much even for him. Grabbing his head, Sunny moaned,
What am I going to do?
At that moment, the sound of steps suddenly attracted his attention. A gaunt figure appeared from the slum and walked toward him. Sunny frowned. He had completely forgotten about Harper. In his realization, he was in no place to deal with the spy. Harper stopped a few paces away and smiled timidly.
Sunless, can we talk?
The treacherous spy was the last person Sunny wanted to see right now. Though, if Harper was going to make any serious effort to stop Nephis, he could be a tool. Of course, he was a threat as well. This conversation would have to help Sunny determine whether the pathetic child was friend or foe.
Harper stared at him with that pathetic, timid smile frozen on his lips. In his eyes, there was fake friendliness, worry, and desperation. For some reason, Sonny felt a violent urge to erase the smile from his face. Sonny felt the urge to scream, "You scum!" But he just barely managed to control himself. In his rattled state, he was having trouble controlling his emotions. Something must have shown on his face, because Harper suddenly blinked and took a step back. But Harper's devotion to his mission overpowered his unease. Harper forced himself to move closer to Sonny. He hesitated for a few moments and finally spoke up.
I wanted to thank you for inviting me into your home this morning."
Sonny looked at the gaunt young man. In the twilight of dusk, his pale face was hidden in deep shadows.
"No problem. Nephis wants us to welcome anyone who needs help."
Sonny reminded himself in his mind.
"Think, Sonny, think."
But his brain was refusing to obey. Most of it was drowning in the sea of cold terror that had been summoned by his realization about the future. What little remained of him was utterly disoriented. Sonny raised one hand and rubbed his face. Silently, he told himself,
"He's a spy. He's here to make it easier for Gunlog to kill us. What should be done?"
Sonny wanted to give the cowardly young man a beating and throw him out of the lodge, but that would be a wrong decision. The best thing to do was not to expose the unfortunate spy, but to feign ignorance and feed him false information. Yeah, that was the optimal way to deal with moles. As an aspiring spy himself, Sonny knew these things well. But would he even be able to deceive Harper? By accident, the failed informant had chosen a perfect person as his mark. Sonny knew a lot of secrets and was incapable of lying. Harper swallowed.
"Sunless?"
Sonny flinched and glanced at the gaunt young man.
"Sorry, I'm a bit out of sorts after today's hunt. You wanted to talk?"
Reassured, Harper smiled again.
"You see, I wanted to thank you for everything that you had done for me, and for all the people here in the settlement. When I left the castle, I brought a very special item with me. I thought of sharing it with you."
Sonny frowned.
"A special item?"
Sonny was, for the first time, fairly baffled. He hadn't the faintest clue what Harper could be referring to, but he knew that he should let the gaunt boy expose his plan. Hopefully, Sonny could feed him a couple of half-truths and then report back to Nephis in the morning. Harper, meanwhile, was nodding energetically.
"It's a bottle of liquor. Every month, a few of them are sold by the artisans working in the garden. Getting one is very hard, but I was lucky. Would you like to come and try? My hut is nearby."
Sonny got distracted for a few moments, but then forced himself to concentrate. What was Harper talking about? Artisans? Liquor? Luck? Giving Harper a nod, he gestured for the young man to lead the way and followed. As they passed other slum dwellers on their way to Harper's hovel, Sonny couldn't help but feel like they were surrounded by walking corpses. Most of these people were already dead. They just didn't know it yet. But he did. The weight of his knowledge was slowly crushing him. Harper's small hut was even more pathetic than the other hovels in the slum. It was crudely constructed out of rotting pieces of wood, with plenty of cracks to let the cold wind in. Inside, there was nothing except for a pile of seaweed thatch that served as a flimsy mattress and a low wooden table. Sonny could understand why the gaunt sleeper was so desperate to return to the castle. At least there was a door. Once inside, Harper looked around with embarrassment and invited Sonny to sit on the floor in front of the table. Then, he dug a glass jar from beneath the seaweed and placed it in front of him like a rare treasure. Producing a crude iron knife from somewhere, Harper then opened the wax seal of the jar, placed the knife on the table, and poured a milky white liquid into a chipped clay cup.
"Here."
He handed the cup to Sonny and smiled. Sonny received it and smelled the strange liquor. He remembered many people in the outskirts who had drowned themselves in the bottle or killed themselves with cheap stimulants and drugs. Luckily, he was always too paranoid to allow anything to alter his mental state. That's why Sonny was not too familiar with alcohol. Bringing the cup to his lips, he held his breath and downed it in one go. A pleasant warmth immediately spread through his body, bringing with it a bit of sweet solace. He could see the appeal. This was far more pleasant than coffee had been. Harper hurriedly refilled the cup.
I heard about the latest hunt. I can't believe you survived an encounter with a Spire messenger. That must have been horrible.
Sonny lingered for a bit, then shrugged.
I just stood at the back.
The gaunt young man shook his head.
Still, you are incredible. I hear that you have been with Lady Changing Star from the very beginning, surviving more than 2 months in the labyrinth. Is this true?
Harper was a really bad actor. Even if Sonny didn't know that Harper was a spy already, he would have sensed something strange at this point. But it was easy to pretend not to notice anything. He tried to mask the contempt in his eyes as he remembered the castle guard's words.
Rats like me will tell you everything as long as you show them a tiny bit of respect, huh?
Flushed because of the liquor, Sonny slowly smiled.
Oh, yes. In fact, if it wasn't for me, she would have been long dead. Do you know how many times I saved her life?
This part was entirely planned, aimed to create a false sense that Harper's plan to use pettiness and jealousy to loosen his tongue worked. However, the next words came out of Sonny's mouth on their own. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly paled.
And for what, huh? For this? This wasn't supposed to happen. How did this happen?
Then Sonny grabbed his head and forced out a dark laugh. Mistaking his terror for the sign of the liquor doing its job, Harper got a little braver.
You must have fought side by side with Lady Nephis a lot.
Sonny lowered his head, then shrugged.
Yeah.
The gaunt young man hesitated for a few moments, then cautiously asked,
So, you must have seen her aspect ability.
Learn your enemy's abilities, learn their flaw, learn their vices. That's how you kill them. Staring at Harper, Sonny suddenly remembered his first battle after meeting Nephis. Back then, she asked him if he had ever dissected a dead carapace scavenger to learn its weaknesses. That's what the cowardly sleeper was doing right now, dissecting them, even though they weren't dead. Yet.
Sure, it can be used to heal.
Harper's eyes gleamed.
So, she's a healer. Of course. Such an ability suits Lady Changing Star very well. Everyone knows that she's an angel.
Sonny took a breath and thought to himself, good. His first goal was achieved. Sonny had successfully created a misunderstanding, leading Harper to believe that Neff's aspect was limited to healing. There had to be other spies in the slum, of course, with them collaborating on that statement by recounting how she had healed the wounded hunters today. Gunlog and his people would most likely believe that Changing Star had no offensive ability. Who would ever assume that her flames could both heal and destroy? Harper, meanwhile, was pouring more liquor into the cup.
By the way, I've always wanted to ask, do you know how Lady Nephis received her true name?
Maybe because of his terrible state of mind, or maybe because of the liquor, or maybe simply because of a momentary lapse of judgment, Sonny didn't think his next words through well enough before answering.
Probably the same way I did.
Then he froze. He was so preoccupied with creating a false image of Neff in Harper's mind that for a second he had forgotten to keep his own true identity a secret. Alarm bells went off in his mind. Internally he shouted,
"Stupid, stupid, stupid!"
Not letting the panic show on his face, Sonny tried to salvage the situation by throwing his head back and laughing. Creating an impression that his last statement was a joke. Luckily, Harper seemed to believe him. He laughed. Too, and then glanced at Sonny with humorous sparks in his eyes. However, his next words sent Sonny into a cold embrace of horror. It was as though the gates of hell opened right beneath his feet. Wishing to play along, the gaunt young man grinned. "Oh, of course, Lord Sunless. What is your true name, then?" Sonny stared at him, the smile frozen on his face. This was the absolute worst-case scenario. He desperately searched for some half-truth to tell, some desperate way to wriggle out of this situation. But there was no way out, at least none that he could see. He was caught. The familiar pressure appeared in his mind. Slowly, Sonny became deathly pale. Harper was still grinning, waiting for the answer. His face was gaunt, tired, and full of both fear and desperate hope. He was just a weak, pitiful kid after all. The pressure was replaced by blinding pain, sending a tremble running through Sonny's body. Why? Why did he have to ask that question? But it was too late. What happened couldn't be changed. Like a cornered beast, Sonny could think of only one thing. Harper finally sensed that something was wrong. His eyes widened. "Son?" Sonny needed to survive. That's what this was about. Survival. Just a second before the pain overwhelmed his limits and forced out an answer, Sonny suddenly leaned forward, picked up the crude iron knife, and stabbed it through the poor young man's heart.
Harper let out a pained scream, his eyes awash with fear and confusion.
Pushing the knife into Harper's weak body, Sonny lunged forward. The flimsy wooden table flew aside and shattered into splinters once it hit the wall.
With his other hand, he violently grabbed the young man's face and pressed him onto the floor, making sure that no further sound would escape from his lips.
Harper's wide eyes were full of pain and terror, staring at Sonny with a silent but deafening question. Why? Feeling hot blood streaming down his hand, Sonny finally let the pain of the flaw overwhelm him. His whisper was hoarse and barely audible.
Lost from light. I am lost. Lost from light.
Harper's trembling fingers found his face and smeared it with blood, which then mixed with tears. He weakly tried to push Sonny away, but there was no strength in his arms anymore. Biting his lips hard enough to break the skin, Sonny held the gaunt young man down and twisted the knife, praying for all of this to be over soon. Sonny's voice cracked.
Don't look at me. Please, don't look at me.
Finally, Harper's terrified, accusing eyes grew still and lightless. Sonny could feel the beating of his heart stop through the thin fabric of the young man's robe. Making sure that Harper was indeed dead, he finally let go of the knife and crawled away. He shook his head.
No. No.
As though summoned by these words, the voice of the spell sounded into his ear.
You have slain Dreamer Harper. Your shadow grows stronger.
Contorted in a painful spasm, Sonny bent over and violently threw up. Then, he weakly fell on the floor and tried to wipe his face, only to realize that he was spreading blood all over it.
I killed him. I just killed a real human.
A strange stillness took hold of Sonny. Sitting on the cold stones, he stared at the corpse of the young man he had just killed and struggled to form a cohesive thought. After a while, he finally succeeded.
Too much. Oh, this is too much.
Why did he have to go through all of this? The slave caravan, the forgotten shore, changing star, and now Harper? What sin had he committed to have to go through this nightmare? Was he already dead and imprisoned in the depths of hell? A flash of anger resonated from inside Sonny's mind.
Bullshit! He deserved it.
Sonny gritted his teeth and forced himself to concentrate on that thought.
Why do I even feel guilty? The bastard was going to sell me out to Gunlog. He knew that he was helping to kill me. And not just me alone, Nephis too, and Cassia.
But no matter how hard Sonny tried to convince himself that he had the right to kill Harper, deep down, he could not accept it. There were a million ways to deal with the timid, pitiful spy, but he chose this one. He chose this one for one reason. Sonny heard the voice coming in his head, needling him.
Come on now. There's no one else here. Why don't you just be honest with yourself for once? Just admit it. Don't you dare become a hypocrite.
Sonny grimaced and ground his teeth against each other. The voice in his head grew louder.
Say it.
Reluctantly, he opened his mouth, and the words tumbled out.
I killed him because I wanted to survive. I killed him because it was easy.
And just like that, he suddenly felt better. What's the big deal? He was already a murderer anyway. He was planning to help Nephis kill hundreds of people. Affected by the irony of the situation, Sonny barely stopped himself from laughing. He didn't want to make too much noise. Breaking that table was already a mistake. What if someone comes to check on the commotion? That would be bad. That would be embarrassing. Suddenly, Sonny realized there was a problem to solve. What was he going to do with the body? Instead of coming up with an answer, Sonny leaned forward and threw up again. The slow, long squeak of the door broke Sonny from his daze. He looked to the door of the hut, and there, in the doorframe, his face pale, stood none other than Castor. With a stunned expression on his face, the proud legacy was taking in the sight. The broken table, the smell of alcohol in the air, the bloodied body with a knife sticking out of its chest, and the disheveled Sonny, kneeling on the floor, his hands and face smeared with fresh blood.
This is not...
However, no words came to his mind. No matter what he would say, the situation was not going to appear any better. Looking him straight in the eyes, Castor asked with horror in his voice, "Sonny, what did you do?" Sonny blinked and stared at the handsome young man. After a few moments, he opened his mouth and the flaw did its work. Words flowed from his lips.
What do you think? I killed the bastard.
His voice was calm and nonchalant. It didn't matter how Sonny felt inside. In front of Castor, he couldn't show any weakness. He didn't trust the proud scion of the Lee family one bit. There had always been something off about him. So, if there was ever a time for acting, it was now. Especially because, unlike everyone else in the slum, Castor already knew that Sonny wasn't as useless as everyone believed. He had known it ever since that night when the three of them fought a devil together. Killed the... Why did you kill him? Sonny stood up and shrugged.
He was asking too many questions.
Castor opened his mouth, stunned, then closed it again. After a few moments, he suddenly frowned. What kind of questions? It seemed as though Castor had realized something. Sonny began to wonder what he was even doing here. Sonny continued to focus on sounding casual.
Oh, you know, do I know Nephis well? What her ability is? How did she get her true name? Stuff like that.
Without giving Castor the ability to react, Sonny wiped his hands with a bit of seaweed and pressed on.
This guy, Harper, was sent over to spy on us by Trent. I caught him making a report to a castle guard officer this morning.
Castor considered this for a moment. Do you have any proof of that? Sonny glared at him and raised an eyebrow.
Is my word not proof enough?
A wild thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Would he have to kill Castor too? Would he even be able to if it came to that? Not likely. The situation was bad. Depending on Castor's next words, Sonny could find himself in a sea of trouble, and he was powerless to do anything about it.
Anxious and uneasy, he stared at Castor. The proud legacy lingered. After a while, he came inside and closed the door behind him. No, I believe you. I suspected this kid myself. That's why I came here after hearing that the two of you were seen going somewhere together. But, Sonny, the others might not think the same. He smelled the air and grimaced. I am sorry to say that, but you have a reputation for having a bad temper. With alcohol added into the mix, and no proof to connect Harper to the castle, you can see how this does not look good. Sonny scowled, trying to pretend that he was calm. He saw where this was going.
So, what are you going to do?
Castor gripped his shoulder. Then his voice became grave. What else? I will help you conceal everything, of course. We are comrades, after all. But, Sonny, no one can ever know what you've done here. Especially Lady Nephis. This will be our secret, all right?
Saying that, he looked Sonny right in the eyes and smiled. Sonny didn't trust that smile for even half a second. Castor had Sonny's fate in the palm of his hand. He could rat him out, blackmail him, or worse. Sonny found Castor's presence suspicious. Was he coming here to check on Harper, or was he rendezvousing with a fellow spy? Castor had spent a long time in the castle. He was respected there, and he was one of only 3 people who knew Nephis from the outside world. Who was to say he wasn't a mole, working for Gunlog since the day he joined them? Or was Sonny being paranoid and jealous? Castor never gave Sonny a reason to distrust him. Not yet, at least. Either way, Sonny smiled back at Castor. Because he was caught red-handed, he had no other choice.
Thank you, Castor. I owe you one.
Sonny stared at Castor with a grim expression. Despite the amiable smile and reassuring voice, he knew what the handsome legacy was doing. Sonny grew up in the outskirts, after all. Castor had said, I will help you, but what he meant was, now I own you. Because there was no better leverage than a gruesome secret, this help of his would come at a price.
Sonny silently berated himself for going along with this.
But what choice did Sonny have? Unless he was ready to fight and kill Castor right there and then, thus silencing the only witness of his crime forever. He couldn't refuse. He may have even tried such a maneuver if Castor wasn't such a strong fighter. This was, after all, the man he saw pin Nephis. Plus, neither he nor Castor really knew how the rest of the group would react to this news. True, they could make assumptions, but nothing was set in stone. As long as Sonny was alive, there was hope of turning things around. Somehow. For now, his main goal was to buy time. He just had to get through this, one step at a time.
Sonny glanced at the dead body laying at his feet and took a step back, escaping the quickly growing puddle of blood. His face remained calm, but a small, almost imperceptible shiver ran through his body.
So, what do we do now?
The proud legacy lingered, then replied in a solemn tone. First things first, we can't let anyone see you like this. Wait here for a while. I'll bring something for you to clean yourself. Sonny sighed. He didn't really want to stay anywhere near Harper, but Castor was right. Walking around covered in blood was a bad idea.
And then what?
Castor hesitated. Then we will need to get rid of the body, but it won't be easy to do without being noticed. If not by slum rats, then by guards. Don't worry, though. I'll think of something. Just wait for me to return. Sonny hesitated, wondering if he could trust the legacy. What was going to stop him from returning with a crowd of people? But no. Having Sonny in his pocket would benefit Castor more than getting rid of him completely. Still, he sent the shadow to keep an eye on things after the handsome young man went away. Left alone with the corpse, Sonny sighed and sat on the floor, resting his back against the flimsy wall of the hut. He was so tired. The night was slowly descending on the ruins, drowning everything in comforting darkness. Of course, he could still see the bloodied body laying motionless on the stones beside him. For the first time, Sonny wished that his eyes weren't able to pierce through the shadows. Harper's eyes were still open, staring at him accusingly. Sonny swallowed the lump in his throat.
I am stuck with you forever, aren't I?
Without even looking into the soul sea, Sonny knew that a new shadow had joined the silent ranks of every creature he had ever killed. All Sonny could do was wait, and the wait was excruciating. Seconds felt like minutes, minutes like days, and as time slowly crawled, his paranoia only grew. Meanwhile, it was taking Castor a long time to gather everything he needed without raising any suspicion. He had to avoid prying eyes and waste a lot of time conversing with people who constantly wanted to win his attention. At some point, even Cassia talked to him.
Hey, Castor, have you seen Sonny?
Castor flashed his dazzling smile.
Not recently. I'm sure he's lurking around here somewhere.
Neither Cassia nor Castor noticed Sonny's shadow, lurking on the ground below them. Back in Harper's home, Sonny was sitting alone on the floor next to the corpse of the young man he'd killed. He was grateful that his shadow gave him some way to occupy his thoughts, and watched as Castor skillfully deflected any suspicions. He knew he should be pleased, but even now it annoyed him how naturally charismatic the legacy was. After a while, Sonny's thoughts were pulled back to his body and the situation he was in. He listened to the sound of rain falling on the thatched roof above him and scowled. Rain always put him in a bad mood, because it always reminded Sonny of his childhood. Unlike Nephis, whose past was clouded in mystery and screamed of tragedy, he came from a simple background. His story was more mundane than tragic. A trivial story of unfortunate people living hard and bitterly in a dying world. Sonny's parents were both menial workers. They were poor, but not destitute. His dad was employed by one of the numerous maintenance crews that took care of the city's outer barriers. His mom worked in an underground factory that produced air filtration systems. Together, their income was barely enough to afford a small cell in one of the human hives in the outskirts. Several months after his sister, Rain, was born, when Sonny was around 4, his father was killed in a work accident, which was not a rare occurrence among the city maintenance workers. 3 years after that, his mother got sick and eventually passed away. Factory workers like her often got sick and died due to the harsh conditions, so it wasn't an unusual outcome either. Sonny and Rain were sent to a government childcare facility. His sister was young and cute, so she was eventually adopted. Sonny, however, was older and had behavioral problems, which made him pretty much completely undesirable. After enduring a few years in a series of increasingly vile foster homes, he finally managed to run away and learned how to survive on the streets of the outskirts. Out there on the streets, there were a lot of kids just like him, who had to do all sorts of distasteful things every day just to live to see another sunrise. However, even then, most of them didn't last long. It took a very special kind of creature to survive there. Sonny was one such creature. A part of this was pure luck. A part of it was that he was smart. But mostly, it was because he had a goal. Sonny refused to die before finding his sister. Somehow he had convinced himself that she was waiting for him to find and save her. One day, they were going to live happily again, like a family, together. This misguided goal kept him alive more than anything else. Of course, that didn't end well. Nothing ever did in this damn world. But there was no point revisiting that now, especially at a time like this. Sitting just a few centimeters away from a puddle of human blood, Sonny chuckled and rubbed his face. Was there even such a thing as a happy ending? Sonny took a deep breath and looked at the door.
Where the hell is Castor? What is taking that bastard so long?
Granted, thanks to his shadow, Sonny knew exactly where Castor was and what he was doing. Currently, he was raising his hand to open the door of Harper's hut. Sonny tiredly picked himself up off the floor and shook off the weight of reminiscence. What was the point of remembering the past? He had to survive the future, and that survival looked far from certain. He glanced at Harper's body at his feet. One way or another, he'd have to take care of it. Castor brought Sonny water, strips of cloth, and a crude tunic. While Sonny was washing the blood off his body, the proud legacy carefully moved Harper's corpse into a corner, buried it under the pile of seaweed thatch, and wiped the blood off the floor as much as he could. This way, an accidental glance inside the hut would not reveal too much. Of course, even a little bit of scrutiny, and the signs of what had happened here would become apparent. Castor surveyed the scene. The easiest way to get rid of a corpse is to simply toss it off the platform. With luck, it won't land on the road. But even if it does, no one would pay it a lot of attention. People die all the time out here in the Dark City, especially those living in the outer settlement. He paused to think for just a beat. However, we can't do that, because Harper isn't just a random slum rat, but someone who is working for the Bright Lord. The guards will become interested in his sudden death, and they'll use it to create trouble for you and Lady Nephis. So we need to make him disappear completely. That won't be easy. Sonny glanced at him and frowned.
What's the big deal? I can just carry him down the hill and dump the body somewhere in the ruins. It's night outside. No one will see anything.
Castor shook his head. Castle Guard has various types of observers watching the road day and night. You will be noticed, unless someone persuades them to look the other way, of course. He sighed. It won't be cheap, but I can make it happen. Tomorrow, after sunset, you will have about an hour to carry the body to the ruins and return. Sorry, but I can't buy you more time. This will wipe what little shards I have left already. His voice sounded as though the handsome young man was genuinely concerned for his comrade, but in reality he was just reiterating how much Sonny owed him now. As if that message was not enough, he could always threaten to reveal the secret of how Harper died in the future. Castor had him in the palm of his hand. Sonny smiled darkly.
And what do I do until then?
The legacy shrugged. Just act natural, and try not to speak to anyone. You're kind of a loner as it is. No one will suspect anything. After that, he thought for a few moments, and added, Oh, this. No one should enter this hut for a long while. Harper lived in the castle for these past few months, so people in the slum won't notice his absence yet. Neither will guards, since he made a report recently. We should be fine. Sonny stared at him with a strange expression. Castor's brow furrowed. What? Sonny shook his head.
Nothing. I'm just wondering how many bodies you made disappear already.
Castor frowned. This is my first, actually. In the Dark City, it is usually more advantageous to leave the body somewhere where everyone can see. That made sense. Why kill someone if not to make others think twice before attacking you in the future? Sonny was a real amateur when it came to murder. He really could not compete with the legacies. Just like that, they left the pitiful hut behind and returned to the lodge. With no one paying him any attention, Sonny returned to his room and sat quietly on his narrow cot. He thought that he wouldn't be able to sleep that night, tormented by both the knowledge of what Nephis was planning and the memories of Harper dying by his hand. But in the end, his exhausted consciousness slipped into oblivion as soon as his head touched the pillow. In the morning, Sunny woke up with a start, expecting a crowd of furious slum dwellers to be rushing inside, all eager to, well, what could they do? If push came to shove, very few of them could harm him. It didn't matter, though, because no one was there. The room was devoid of anyone but him. After hesitating for a while, he decided to act as he would on any other day. Leaving his room, Sunny walked outside to wash his face. Neff's little helpers either greeted or ignored him, just like usual. Their smiles were friendly and fleeting. No one looked at him twice. Strangely disturbed, Sunny escaped the lodge and looked up at the sky. Nothing had changed. Everything was the same as it had been yesterday, and every day before that. How could this be? He had violently murdered someone, but no one seemed to care. The world had moved on without Harper, indifferent to the pain and horror that were now frozen forever in the dead eyes of the timid, pitiful young man. Even the guards did not seem to notice the disappearance of their spy. Sunny rubbed his face, hiding a pained grimace. His head hurt with a terrible migraine. He silently hissed to himself,
If they don't care, why should I? Forget about that fool.
But he did care. Irrational as it was, he felt compelled to mourn the death of his victim, even if he was the only one who would. Maybe because this situation was eerily identical to how he had always imagined his death would go, utterly unnoticed. Discarded and forgotten, with not a single soul to care that he had ever existed. Returning inside, Sunny entered his room and sat on the cot staring at the wall. He spent most of the day there, going out only once to pretend to train with the Midnight Shard. While he was repeating his fighting forms, he thought that he caught sight of Nephis observing the movements of his sword with a frown on her face. But a second later, she was distracted and drawn away by the never-ending torrent of tasks required of her. The voice in Sunny's mind sneered,
Good riddance. Go chat with Castor, see if I care.
His sudden anger surprised Sunny. Well, at least it was better than the grim apathy that reigned over him this whole day. He frowned.
What's wrong with my mind lately? It's like I'm back on the Ashen Barrow.
Sunny dismissed the Midnight Shard and returned to his room. However, someone was waiting for him there. It was Cassia. The blind girl stood silently with her back to the door, holding the wooden staff in her hands. Her face was unusually still. It almost looked bleak. Sunny's heart skipped a bit. He wondered if there was some way she had found out about Harper. How could she know? Forcing out a fake grin, he made his voice sound cheerful.
Oh, hey Cass. Do you want something?
She turned to him, and after a moment of hesitation, smiled. However, something about her smile was off. It was almost as though it was forced as his own.
No, nothing in particular.
Sunny blinked a couple of times. Meanwhile, Cassia raised her hand and found his shoulder.
No, actually, I have a present for you.
He raised his eyebrow.
Present?
She nodded. In the next moment, a spark of energy suddenly traveled from her body into his. Sunny flinched. The voice of the nightmare spell sounded.
You have received a memory, Endless Spring.
He squinted, confused. Wasn't Endless Spring that pretty glass bottle of hers, the one that contained an almost endless amount of water?
Why are you giving this to me all of a sudden?
She was silent for a few moments, then gently shook her head.
I just wanted to. Why? Can't I give you something after everything that you have done for us?
Sunny hesitated.
I guess you can. I just didn't expect it.
Cassia gripped his shoulder and remained motionless for a weirdly long time. Then she looked away and said, her voice light and even,
We'll meet again soon, Sunny.
He patted her hand and said, a little embarrassed,
Of course we will. Where would I go?
This lodge is too small for us not to bump into each other all the time anyway. She slowly removed her hand and chuckled. Yeah, you're right, of course. I'll go now. With that, she turned away and headed for the door. Sunny stared at her back and shrugged. All right. Bye. Reaching the doorway, Cassia froze for a second. Without turning her head and letting him see her face, she lingered for a while. Goodbye, Sunny.
If not for Cassia's prophetic gift, Sunny may have written off the odd interaction without a second thought. But all sorts of alarm bells sounded in his head. Cassia knew what was coming. So why was she saying goodbye? And why was she doing it now? Sunny tried to feel comfortable as he moved about his day in the lodge, though it seemed impossible to act normal. His odd interaction with Cassia plagued his mind, and on top of that, there was the constant fear that anything he said or did might somehow lead to suspicions about Harper's death.
He had to be conscious of his every move. Did he look too comfortable surrounded by the meaningless babble of Nephis's followers? They normally annoyed him, so maybe he should seem less casual. It was all an infuriating mind game he was playing against himself. For the rest of the day, Sunny had nothing to do but count the hours until sunset. When the night descended, he would have to return to the scene of the crime he had committed, retrieve the body of his victim, and carry it into the ruins under the cover of darkness. Sunny thought, how did it come to this? And retreated to his room. Alone in his tiny room, he stared at the wall and waited. Soon, the fear of going into the dark city at night overpowered the bleak and hollow feeling that reigned over his soul. People rarely risked leaving the hill after the dark. In the starless void of the forgotten shore, any source of light was bound to attract the attention of creatures that no human would even want to meet. Countless horrors stalked the streets of the city at night. Only a madman would risk entering the ruins after the sun was gone. Of course, there were plenty of madmen in the dark city. Sunny at least didn't need any light. He also knew the area surrounding the bright castle well enough to avoid most danger. The weeks he had spent learning from Effie didn't go to waste. He reassured himself, I should be fine. With the shadows hiding his every movement, Sunny was sure of his ability to at least run away should something happen. Still, with each passing minute, his heart felt colder and colder. When the shadow of the Crimson Spire drowned the world and colored his thoughts with the eerie feeling of dread, he gritted his teeth. He took a deep breath. It's almost time. However, before the sun completely disappeared, another unexpected guest appeared at the doorstep of his room. Looking at Sunny with a scowl, Nephis gestured for him to stand up and spoke in an even tone. Come with me. Sunny's heart skipped a bit. This was certainly out of the norm. Nephis had been practically ignoring him for weeks. This couldn't be good. Suppressing the sickly fear of being caught, he lingered for a few moments, then slowly stood up and followed Changing Star out of the lodge. Together, the two of them walked to a secluded part of the slum. Neph remained silent, not even looking in his direction. She seemed calm, like always. Sunny, however, struggled to keep himself from panicking. Various thoughts, one darker than the other, found their way into his head. Sunny thought, did that bastard Castor tell her everything? Finally, they reached the remote alley where no one would have been able to overhear their conversation. It was filled with nothing but the crimson light of the sunset and deep shadows. Turning around, Changing Star looked at him with a frown. Sunny met her gaze, his face grim. He felt as though he was staring at his judge and executioner. I've seen you practicing with the sword today. Your moves were weak and aimless. It was as if you had lost all clarity. What were you thinking about? Sunny slowly exhaled. So that's what this was about. She didn't know anything. She just picked up on the turmoil raging in his mind
He should have felt relieved, but for some reason, Sonny felt anger rising in his chest instead. With a crooked smile, he looked away.
Murder. I was thinking about murder.
Nefis tilted her head, waiting for an explanation. Sonny remained silent for a few moments. His voice grew strangely cold.
You once told me that the essence of combat is murder, didn't you?
She gave him a nod.
I did.
He stared at her, trying once more to read her impossible-to-decipher expressions.
Well, how come you know so much about murder, Nefis? Huh? I wanted to ask you that since the day you cut off Andel's head without so much as batting an eye. You are out here preaching about how we are all fellow humans, not some beasts. Was Andel not human?
She scowled. Sonny suspected she was angry, but Saint Nefis would never blow up in a rage. She was too damn inscrutable.
Is this what it's all about?
Sonny gritted his teeth.
It's a part of it.
Nefis was silent for a long time. At some point, she absent-mindedly raised one arm and rubbed her neck. Finally, she broke the silence.
It's not that I have murdered a lot of people. It's that a lot of people have tried to murder me.
Sonny blinked.
Why would anyone want to kill you?
She smiled.
Why? All kinds of reasons, really. My family was really powerful once, don't you remember? But power, it's a dangerous thing, Sonny. You can't reach its peak without creating a lot of enemies. And when your power disappears one day, all those enemies remain.
Turning her face away, she allowed her usual indifference to seep back into her voice.
I think I was, 5, 6 years old when someone tried to kill me for the first time. It was my nanny. She led me to an empty room, put her hands around my neck, and tried to strangle me. I thought that it was a game, for the first few seconds at least.
Nefis looked at him with white sparks dancing in her eyes.
That was how I learned what weakness is. Luckily, my teacher happened to walk by. He rushed inside the room and used his aspect ability to kill my nanny. That was how I learned what strength is. So yes, I'm not a stranger to severed heads, Sonny. Is that what you wanted to know?
He stared at her, then slowly shook his head. He thought Nefis had brought him out here to confront him with his evil deeds, and instead, she was opening up about her own past traumas. He'd never known her to be so honest and open. It was jarring. How frightened she must have felt. How powerless. Powerlessness. He knew how it felt all too well. Somehow, Sonny had never imagined that the proud and indomitable Changing Star had tasted it too, was shaped by it, just like he was. Meanwhile, Nefis smiled, but there was no humor in her eyes.
So then, what did you want to know? Sonny? What is this all about? Do you think I haven't noticed the way you were staring at me ever since we fought the Spire Messenger? Come clean with it. You owe me at least this much.
He glared at her for a long time, a storm of emotions written on his pale, grim face. Finally making a decision, Sonny gritted his teeth. Harper's fate was something he was stuck with, but he could confront Nefis about her plan and tell her he'd assembled the pieces of Cassia's vision. He had to get the truth.
I want to know what your real goal is. I want to know if it's all worth it.
Changing Star frowned. There was a hint of surprise visible in her cold gray eyes.
My goal? Isn't it obvious?
She gestured to the slum that surrounded them and the magnificent castle towering above it.
I'm trying to help these people. What else?
Sonny sighed. Then, turning his face away, he asked,
Hey, have I ever told you about my sister?
Nefis blinked.
No. Why bring this up all of a sudden?
He smiled wistfully.
I just was reminded of her recently, so I thought I'd share. Our parents died when we were little.
She got adopted, but I ended up on the streets. Life didn't go so well for me, though. I was stuck on the street. It was pretty unsavory. So, young as I was, I simply imagined that it was the same for her. That's why I got obsessed with the idea of finding her. I had this fantasy in my head, you know, of saving and protecting her, becoming a family again.
Sonny grimaced.
But how could a penniless undesirable like me find anyone? You know how the city databases are. Even if they're functional, unsealing anything requires you to be a documented citizen and one with a considerable rank. However, I was ready to do anything to find her. So, I saved up money. A street kid can't earn much, but even then, I saved up as much as I could.
A dark expression appeared on his face.
Even if I had almost nothing to eat, I would keep putting away the pathetic amounts of credit I had earned through doing all kinds of horrid crap. And after 4 or 5 years of this, by the time I was nearly 17, I finally had enough to hire a private investigator.
He smiled.
There was this detective who sometimes hired us nobodies to gather information for him. His services weren't cheap, but I trusted him. Or more trusted in him, at least. I gave all my money to that guy and told him to find my sister. And you know what? He did. One day, about a month after we made the deal, he gave me a piece of paper with an address written on it. So I went there.
Nefis hesitated for a few moments, then asked in a quiet voice, "So what happened? Did you meet your sister?" Sonny rubbed his face and glanced at the sky.
Sort of. I actually met her near the tram terminal. Only that time, I didn't recognize her. You see, despite my lofty ideas of being her savior, I couldn't even really remember what she looked like. There was this girl, around 12 years old, wearing a tidy school uniform. She was walking in the same direction as me. I only realized that it was her after she entered the house from the address.
He was silent for a while, then continued, his voice strangely emotionless.
It was already dark. I think it was raining. The house was situated in a really nice district. They had the whole house to themselves. Just one family living in it. Can you imagine? Well, I guess you can. Anyway, there was even a lawn and a window. A big window that poured in from outside. Watching them through that window was almost like watching a television show. Sonny remembered the splendor of it, his embarrassing astonishment, and tried to smile. However, he failed. Standing in the shadows just outside the edge of that light, I observed her family for a while. She had parents who loved her and treated her well. She had real food, and enough of it to never go hungry. She had pretty clothes and expensive textbooks. She even had cute younger siblings. They were all smiling, laughing.
Neff looked at him and asked, "So, what did you do?" Sonny didn't answer immediately. Instead, he remembered how he just stood there, watching those happy people, how he looked down at his own frail body, his dirty and ragged clothes, the bruises on his bloodied knuckles, and realized how utterly out of place he was in that picture. After years of dreaming of finding his sister and saving her, he was faced with the simple fact that she never really needed him. She probably didn't even remember that he existed. More than that, returning into her life would not bring anything good to her. He didn't have anything pleasant or beneficial to offer. He could only make things worse. Out there, on that dark and rainy night, while Sonny was standing in the shadows, something in his heart was extinguished forever. Something inside him died. No matter what kind of situation he would find himself in after this, nothing would really compare to the darkness he felt in that single moment. After remaining motionless for a long time, he slowly backed away, turned around, and walked into the darkness. A few days after that, he began showing the first symptoms of being infected by the nightmare spell, and the rest was history. Shaking off the unpleasant memories, Sonny pretended to be carefree and shrugged.
I did the only selfless thing that I've ever done. I turned around and went away. Do you know why?
Nefis slowly shook her head. Sonny grinned, the anger finally finding its way into his eyes.
Because even a cretin like me was able to realize that the person he wanted to save didn't need his saving. So please, tell me, Neff, why is it that you, with all your intelligence and clarity, can't seem to do the same?
She stared at him, a deep frown appearing on her face.
Are you implying that I lied about my intention to help these people? If so, you are wrong.
He glared at Changing Star. No. To be completely honest with himself, he had to admit that he simply did not want to stop them. He was too exhausted, hurting, and shaken to keep playing this game with Neff. It was time to bring everything to light. Maybe then he would be able to regain clarity. Sonny clenched his fists. Before he could stop himself, the words flew out of his mouth.
Fuck you, Neff.
She blinked. What? He smiled crookedly.
I said go fuck yourself with that bullshit. Saint Nefis. You might have fooled everyone else, but I know you. I know you better than anyone else. I don't buy your whole savior act even for a second.
Sonny repeated her gesture, pointing at the surrounding hovels.
You want to help these people? Please. What are you going to help them with? Help them turn into corpses? You and I both know how this ends. Cassia already told us. Fire and rivers of blood, right? Is that what you're planning?
Nefis stared at him, a dark expression written on her ivory face. Her cold gray eyes weren't calm anymore. Finally, there was a burning emotion in them. Was it confusion? Pain? Disappointment? She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Then Changing Star slowly shook her head. Finally, she seemed to find the right words. Looking Sonny right in the eyes, she slightly raised her chin and said, "Fine, you got me."
Sonny stared at Nefis, stunned by her answer. He didn't expect her to admit it so easily. As much as Sonny had suspected Nefis had a Machiavellian streak within her, he'd always hoped that he was wrong. Sonny was cynical and angry, and Nefis pulled him out of that. Through their adventures in the labyrinth, she showed him that kindness and strength were not in opposition to one another. He believed in her, not in the way these wide-eyed worshippers did, but as a true friend. And he was wrong. He had been fooled into thinking humans weren't the selfish, greedy, heartless creatures life had taught him they were. How had he let a few weeks with this woman wipe out years of life lessons? Meanwhile, Nefis just shrugged.
What? Was I supposed to deny it? Why should I? You are the one who is obsessed with lies, Sonny, not me. The corner of Changing Star's mouth twitched. Actually, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have never learned how to deceive people so easily. I had a very sheltered upbringing, for obvious reasons. Communicating with others has always been something I knew very little about. Sonny smiled darkly. How fortunate it was to meet you, of all people, on this forgotten shore. Lucky me, right? Sonny blinked. What was she talking about? He remembered how, during their journey to the Dark City, Nefis had tried to mimic Cassia and how she spoke to people. Had she been studying him too? Nefis took a step forward and pierced him with an intense, burning gaze. No one survives in the dream realm alone. I knew that I wouldn't be an exception to this rule, so I watched Cassia and you, and tried my hardest to learn from you both. That's when I noticed that nothing you ever said or did was true, was it? Sonny kept his mouth shut, but his internal voice was screaming,
Shit!
Sonny felt a cold shiver running down his spine. She scoffed. No matter what happened, you somehow always managed to keep your real thoughts, desires, and reasons hidden. I've never seen anyone so adept at deception. Congratulations, Sonny. The mind games you played with us were almost as devious as the mental hex of the Soul Devourer. It was nothing short of inspiring. Changing Star paused and shook her head. You can even easily turn truths into lies. How brilliant. I never even knew that such a thing was possible. Silly me. I didn't know a lot of things before I met you. She smiled. While you were learning how to use a sword from me, I was learning how to use people from you. So please, Sonny, accept my sincere gratitude. I could not have wished for a better teacher. Without you, none of this would have been possible. Nephis raised her hand and stabbed a finger at him. Then, with anger in her voice, she spat. So, where do you get the audacity to blame me for doing the same thing you do to everyone you have ever met? Sonny trembled. Was she telling the truth? Did Nephis actually learn how to be this manipulative and vile? From him? Oh no. Someone that inexperienced couldn't have found a worse role model even if they tried. What a cruel twist of fate. To be sent into the dream realm together with a damaged, vicious man like him. Sonny gritted his teeth. That's not the same. Changing Star scowled. How is what I'm doing different? I haven't told a single lie to these people. I gave them just enough truth to make them deceive themselves, just like you taught me. But what? Now that it was turned around on you, it is suddenly not fair? Now you won't settle for anything less than the whole truth? She smirked. Fine, I'll tell you. Yes, you are right. There's going to be fire and rivers of blood. That is my plan. So what? How is it worse than this pathetic, hopeless existence? It isn't. I'm going to kill Gunlog. After he is dead, the Bright Castle will become engulfed in a civil war, with each of the 5 lieutenants vying for the throne. And I'm going to kill them too. And when I am the last one standing, her eyes glistened, I will gather those of us who remain alive and make a road of bones for the lucky few to reach the gateway. That is my promise. That is the salvation I offer to the people of Dark City. A chance to return to the real world or die like a human should, standing tall and with a sword in their hand, instead of living in fear like a rat. I thought that you, of all people, would understand. Sonny stared at her in disbelief. How could she be so nonchalant about the idea of causing the deaths of so many people? Did their lives have no value in her eyes? But then he realized that he was looking at it all wrong. He was looking at it from his own perspective, the perspective of someone who is used to surviving at all costs, to putting survival above all else. But that was how his old self had viewed the world. After coming to the Forgotten Shore, Sonny learned that there were things more valuable than staying alive, and he learned it from Nephis. To her, life was not worth living if there was no hope for a future. If someone was only surviving, what hope would they have for a future? What future were they even trying to stay alive for? Maybe in her mind, she really was trying to help these people. But who gave her the right to make that decision on their behalf? Shaking his head, he whispered, Is it really so terrible to live here? To make a life here? Is Gunlog really so bad that you would rather see all of us die than let us remain under his rule? A dark expression appeared on Changing Star's face. With cold contempt ringing in her voice, she said, Gunlog has done many despicable things, but I won't judge him for those.
Who knows if any of us would have done any better? Keeping 1,000 hopeless people alive in this hell is the kind of task that can turn a saint into a demon. No, there is only one crime he committed that I can never forgive. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Which one? She lowered her chin and gritted her teeth. It's that he gave up. She looked at Sunny and continued, her voice full of intensity. It's that he never even tried to reach the gateway, with so many years to prepare and hundreds of powerful fighters under his command. Do you really think that there was nothing he could do to enter the Crimson Spire? No. No, he simply changed his mind. Why return if he can live like a king here, in the Dark City? He abandoned his duty as an awakened and submitted to the spell. Sunny finished the rest of her thought. And because of how he reigned, destroying people before they grew powerful enough to threaten his rule, Gunlog also prevented anyone else from trying. Nephis nodded. Some hope shined in her eyes. She wasn't done trying to convince Sunny of her way of thinking. But Sunny glimpsed something else from what Nephis had said. A hint of her true motivation. The words she chose to condemn Gunlog were just too peculiar. Despite the fact that the Bright Lord had committed all sorts of atrocious acts and caused the deaths, humiliation, and sorrow of countless people, the thing that enraged Changing Star the most was not his corruption and cruelty, but something entirely different. The fact that he had submitted to the spell and failed to complete his trial. Considering which family she hailed from, was this the key to her mysterious goal? Frowning, Sunny asked, Don't you think that maybe he just wasn't willing to see hundreds of people die? All these young men and women living in the outer settlement and the Bright Castle. How many of them are you ready to sacrifice to achieve your goal? Silence hung between them, thick with tension. Sunny feared what Nephis would say next, thinking it might confirm his suspicion. Nephis straightened her back and glanced at him. Once again, her eyes were firm and calm. Without pausing to think, she spoke, without a shadow of a doubt in her voice. All of them, of course. Sunny grimaced and turned away, feeling a terrible headache. The sun was almost gone, and the night was following in its footsteps. He didn't have much time left. With a desperate smile, Sunny looked at Changing Star and asked, What can be so damn important? What can be so valuable that you're ready to condemn everyone here to death? He shook his head, guessing that he already knew. Don't tell me that it's some stupid crap like bringing the glory of the Immortal Flame Clan back. Duty of the Awakened? What? You gave a terrible oath to become the first human to conquer the fourth nightmare like your father conquered the third, and your grandfather the second? Or even worse, is it something even more foolish? Are you planning to save the damn world? Nephis stared at him for a few moments, and then grinned. Something dangerous and unfamiliar awakened in her eyes. No, not completely unfamiliar. It was the same strange maniacal glimmer he had seen once before, right after saying the three strange words to her. Aster, Song, Veil. Back then, for a few moments, Changing Star had turned from a calm and composed young woman into someone he wasn't sure he recognized anymore. With a soft chuckle, Nephis shook her head. Save the world? No, I'm not going to save the world, Sunny. Then, the smile disappeared from her face, and white flame suddenly ignited in the depths of her cold gray eyes. With dark and frightening conviction, she said, I'm going to destroy it. Her words echoed in the darkness, making Sunny feel an irrational feeling of dread. He stared at her, both failing to comprehend and afraid to believe in what he had just heard. Destroy the world? What?
Deeply inhaling the cool air, Changing Star looked up at the sky. This world, Sunny, this cursed place, the dream realm. No, I won't be the first one to conquer the fourth nightmare. I will be the first one to conquer every nightmare. I'll go through them one after another, destroying anything and anyone who stands in my way. And when I get to the heart of the nightmare spell, I'm going to obliterate every part of it. I'm going to rip it to shreds. I'm going to decimate and bring it to ruin. She looked him in the eyes and said, "You think Gunlog can stop me? You think a fallen terror can stop me? Those 3 ghouls can stop me? No, Sunny, nothing will stop me. Anyone who dares will die. I'll kill them all." Taking a step back, Sunny stared at her with wide eyes. He shivered, feeling something cold touch the back of his neck. Then he grimaced and asked, a hint of anguish in his voice,
Why? Why do you want to destroy the spell so much?
A corner of Changing Star's mouth curled up slightly. After a few moments, she simply said, "Because I hate it." Sunny blinked, stunned by the simplicity of that answer. If it was someone else, he would have thought that they were lying. But Nephis lived in a strange, stark world. She did things simply because she wanted to, and apparently she wanted to destroy an eternal, omnipotent existence simply because she hated it. Why the hell not? He closed his eyes and whispered, "You are actually insane." Neff smiled. What does it mean to be insane in a world that has gone mad? I would be wary of anyone who remained perfectly sane in this hell. Then she sighed. "So, are we done here? Or do you have more questions? The sun is almost gone, so you'd better hurry up and ask them." Sunny shook his head and said, his voice hoarse, Yeah, Neff, I'm done." With that, he slowly turned around and took a step forward. Left behind, Nephis frowned. "Where are you going? Come back here."
Sunny felt a deep pang of sadness in his heart. Walking away from Nephis was painful. On paper, the things she was suggesting, escaping from the Forgotten Shore and ending the scourge of the nightmare spell, sounded almost heroic. But there was an unhinged madness in her mannerism, a callousness that left Sunny numb. Worst of all, Sunny got the sense that Nephis only let her mask slip because she assumed Sunny would agree with her. He was cynical and callous and dark. He hated the world and hated this damn spell. He should agree with her. He should fight side by side with her to glory and freedom. But he remembered the look in Harper's eye, the sound of him gasping for his final breaths. The price of victory weighed on his soul, and he simply couldn't bring himself to be a part of Nephis's entourage if she was so cavalier about it. He waved a hand and said in a suppressed tone, refusing to turn his head,
Sorry, I've an errand to run. We'll talk some other time.
Her frown deepened. Looking at his back, Changing Star gritted her teeth and called, "I said come back, Sunny. This conversation isn't over. Come back here right now." But Sunny did not answer. Sunny had already disappeared into the shadows, leaving her standing alone in the alley that was brightly lit by the last light of the dying sunset. Sometime later, Sunny was walking through the ruins, Harper's dead body weighing on his shoulder. The young man was very gaunt back before he had been killed, so it wasn't much of a burden, physically at least. It was the early hour of the night. Surrounded by nothing but darkness, Sunny was left alone with his thoughts and emotions. But strangely, both his heart and mind were empty. He couldn't be bothered to think or feel anything right now. It was all just too much and too sudden. Plus, he would much rather concentrate on not stumbling on some horrific monster. Ending up eaten by a nightmare creature right now would be very ironic, but still unpleasant. He felt guilty about murdering Harper, but not enough to want to die while trying to dispose of the body. He would much prefer to not die for his sins. Luckily, the area he was traversing was familiar to Sonny. He knew which streets were comparatively safe, and which he needed to avoid, where the really horrible monsters lived, and where he could pass without being sensed by anything. Finally, judging that he was far enough into the ruins, he found a partially collapsed house. He climbed over the rubble, then hesitated for a few moments and threw the corpse inside. Harper's gaunt body rolled down the rocks and disappeared into the interior of the house, where no one would ever see it. Here, done. That part, at least, was finished. It was time to go back. Sonny turned around and stared at the distant silhouette of the tall hill with the magnificent castle standing on its top. Right now, hundreds of people were sleeping there, either in the pitiful hovels of the outer settlement or in the safe and warm rooms of the ancient stronghold. Nephis, Cassia, and Effie were there. Harris, James, and Gunlog the Bright Lord were there too. And many, many others. And most of them were going to die. Looking at the white marble walls of the castle, Sonny could see his future vividly. Watching helplessly as Changing Star built her sect, helping her defend herself from Gunlog, going on hunts, being invisible once he came back, afraid to get close to anyone, lest the same thing that happened to Harper repeats itself, up until the moment everything ends in bloodshed and terror. Castor was there too, waiting to use his leverage over Sonny to make him his obedient minion. Sonny wasn't deceived by the amiable personality of the handsome legacy. He knew that nothing good was going to come of accepting his help. In the end, he just stood in the shadows and looked into the distance. At the tiny human enclave that persevered against all odds in the cursed nightmare of the Forgotten Shore, like a lone glimmer of light.
He thought about what Cassia had said to him this morning. Goodbye, and we'll meet again. He recalled how abruptly she'd gifted him the endless spring. It all made sense now. Sonny was going away. She had known it, and now he did too. He had nowhere to go, but he couldn't stay here. He couldn't stop Nephis's bloody revolution if he tried, but he also couldn't be a part of it. So he would leave. The city would burn. Monsters would run rampant and death would flood the streets. But Sonny would do what he'd always done. He'd stay to himself. He'd survive. After remaining motionless for a long time, Sonny quietly sighed, turned his back to it, and slowly walked into the darkness.
Sonny's first night alone in the dark city was uneventful, but it was also far from easy to endure. He kept his guard up as he warily roamed the streets. He was acutely aware of how dangerous it was to sleep in an unsecured location, but he also couldn't walk around all night. Trying to navigate the dark city, tired and distracted, might have been even more perilous than hunkering down and hoping for the best. So when Sonny came to a hovel he recognized, he decided to take the gamble. A few days prior, their hunting party had cleared the dwelling of a nest of strange rat-like creatures. Sonny used his shadow to confirm the home was still empty, and then snuck in for the night. One short and restless sleep later, the sun was up, and so was Sonny. He considered making this home his base, but it was too dilapidated. Impossible to fortify. Truth is, he got lucky that nothing snuck in and devoured him during the night.
and he was not willing to press that luck. He made his way down the winding road and quickly stumbled onto something too intriguing to ignore: the ruins of a grand cathedral dwarfing the other structures in the area. Sonny could picture how that building once looked: strong walls with ornate stained glass windows and stunning marble statuary. He had no doubts it was once a sight to behold. But it wasn't its beauty or even the potential protection that drew Sonny to the sanctuary. He had noticed something strange about the ancient temple and decided he had no choice but to investigate.
At dawn, for a few short minutes, he could see a weak, ethereal golden glow emanating from the dark cathedral. He had seen that golden glow twice before. Once, deep within the ruby droplets of his own blood after consuming the drop of ichor, and another time exuding from Changing Star's unconscious body after her battle with the horror of the depths. Without having to guess, Sonny knew what this golden shine was. It was the light of divinity. With his own eyes altered by the drop of divine blood which was left on the talons of the vile thieving bird after it had stolen Weaver's eye, Sonny was able to perceive it. Considering that both Nephis and he possessed some measure of divine affinity, it wasn't hard to come to this conclusion. More than that, the circumstances surrounding the awakening of his ability to see the golden glow supported it. Thus, hoping to find another treasure equal to the drop of ichor, Sonny entered the ruined cathedral. Then, he froze for a second, awed by its grandeur. That second was all it took for the Black Knight to skewer him on his sword. Sonny didn't know how the massive devil managed to avoid being seen by his shadow, nor how he got so close without making any noise. All he knew was that a menacing black giant suddenly stepped forward from the darkness that enveloped the temple and pierced him with a wrathful gaze. There were 2 scarlet flames burning in the impenetrable emptiness behind the visor of the knight's helmet. Looking at them, Sonny felt as though he was staring into the eyes of death itself. However, even though Sonny was caught by surprise, his body moved on its own. Countless hours of practice did not go to waste. In the end, it was the reflexes that Sonny had engraved into his muscles and bones that saved his life, even if only by a hair's breadth. Because of his quick reaction, the massive greatsword of the evil creature did not cut him in two. Instead, it simply disemboweled him. Feeling a blinding pain pierce his abdomen, Sonny staggered and looked down, only to see a river of blood flowing from his stomach, which was cut wide open. The red ropes of his intestines were visible in the terrible wound, already on their way to falling out. The horror of seeing something that should have been inside of him moving to the outside was much more powerful than the excruciating pain of his flesh being torn apart. Pressing one hand against the wound, Sonny fell on his back and weakly tried to crawl away. However, the Black Knight was already moving, raising his greatsword to deliver a finishing blow. For a fraction of a second, everything froze. Sonny didn't have time to come up with an elaborate plan, nor even think things through. All he knew was that he had to buy himself a chance to crawl away, somehow. Of all the memories at his disposal, nothing seemed to be of use. Not the austere and razor-sharp Midnight Shard, not the ominous and powerful Puppeteer's Shroud. His mighty Tier 5 armor did not even slow the Black Blade for a moment. Even augmented by the shadow, they were not a match for the terrifying devil of the ruined cathedral. In the end, Sonny simply thrust his hand forward and let a small and ordinary-looking rock fly from it into the depths of the ancient temple. His shadow wrapped itself around the little stone, enhancing its enchantments. This was the memory Sonny had earned on his way into the city. A plain stone with a rather odd ability. The ability to mimic sounds. And using its ability, it howled, replicating the scream of the last nightmare creature that Sonny had killed. Augmented by the shadow, the howl shook the walls of the cathedral, causing dust to fly into the air. The Black Knight stopped, then looked over his shoulder in the direction where the howl was coming from.
He seemed to hesitate for a moment. Not wasting any time, Sonny pressed tight into his terrible wound, rose to his feet, and staggered away. Almost slipping in the puddle of his own blood. Groaning from pain, he tried to reach the exit of the old temple. Miraculously, he did. The Black Knight stopped in the doorway, simply following the small figure of the mortally wounded human with the burning flames that served him as eyes. Then, it indifferently turned away and slowly returned into the darkness. Sometime later, Sonny found himself laying in a ditch somewhere in the depths of the dark city. He had found his way to this ditch and crawled into it, hoping to hide himself from the monsters stalking the ruins at night. He was consumed by pain, fear, and disbelief. Was this how it was all going to end? Was this how he was going to die? He wanted to cry for help, but knew that no one would come. He wanted to simply cry, but for some reason, nothing but laughter escaped from his lips. Funny. It was just too damn funny. An outskirt rat like him dying in a ditch. What a fitting end. Why wouldn't he laugh? It was all just so hilarious. A laughing fit sent him into an ocean of suffering. Every time he moved, it felt as though invisible blades were cutting into his abdomen, slicing his flesh apart. And yet, he couldn't stop laughing. The funniest thing of all was that he couldn't even die. No matter how much he bled, his tenacious blood refused to give up. Guided by Bloodweave, it desperately tried to repair the damage done to his body. However, the damage was too extensive. Even augmented by the shadow, the Bloodweave couldn't contend with it. In the end, he was locked in an endless cycle of excruciating agony, not quite alive, but also unable to die. Yet, minute after minute, hour after hour, nothing but pain and suffering drowned his consciousness until something inside simply cracked. Who wouldn't have gone mad? Through the fog that clouded his mind, Sonny hazily realized that the sun had come up and then disappeared again. This happened a few times until he finally let out a quiet sigh. Enough was enough. He couldn't take it anymore. It was time to give up. He had a good run, really. But how could anyone endure all this? He wanted to die. He was ready. Ready. His voice hissed in his ear, angry and confrontational.
Are you? Are you really ready?
Suddenly, Sonny bared his teeth and answered the unasked question. Fuck no. Never. Never. He was never going to give up. He refused to give the world the satisfaction of devouring him, not unless it choked to death on his soul.
No, I'm not going to die. I'm going to live. I'm going to thrive. I'll be the last one standing, no matter what.
With that thought, he summoned the Midnight Shard and gripped its hilt with the last bit of strength left in his body. He summoned the runes for the Midnight Shard and reread it. Memory enchantments. Unbroken. Enchantment description. This blade refuses to be broken, and thus is durable beyond reason. It will greatly enhance the power of its wielder when they are close to death. However, only if the wielder is still unwilling to surrender. Responding to his vicious promise, the ancient blade finally opened the gate to the well of power hiding somewhere deep within his soul. Instantly, a torrent of energy filled his body with dark resolve. The power given to Sonny by the Midnight Shard enhanced the healing factor of Bloodweave, allowing it to just barely keep him from slipping over the edge of death, while it slowly began to repair his ravaged body. And as long as he was almost dead, the effect of Unbroken continued to feed Bloodweave with power, creating another cycle. A virtuous cycle. A cycle of unbroken will to survive. This was how Sonny was able to live through his first encounter with the Black Knight. However, while his body eventually healed, the wound dealt to his mind remained. Days later,
After Sonny finally crawled from that ditch, he was never quite the same, and he never forgot the debt he owed to the Black Knight. One day, he was going to kill the bastard, no matter the cost. Any sane person would take the encounter as a hint to steer clear of the cathedral. The second Sonny's feet were firm under him, he made his way back. He didn't rush in this time, and cursed himself for being so foolish. He could hear that bastard knight making his rounds, and studied him with his shadow for a long time. To Sonny's delight, he realized the monster had a pattern to his movements, and that meant Sonny could move around them. Using the information his shadow had gathered, Sonny entered the building, not through the front door, but through a hole in the roof. He shook his head and chided himself for being such an amateur before. Sonny's feet landed on the balcony level of the cathedral. It was shockingly luxurious. Replete with gorgeous art, it seemed untouched by the terror that had rocked the forgotten shore. In fact, if not for the incredibly murderous night, this would be an ideal place to set up camp. It seemed the Black Knight did a damn good job protecting the building. A grin spread across Sonny's face as he thought, "And now he's going to do a damn good job protecting me." And so, Sonny slept under his new enemy's nose, growing more at home each day. He became nocturnal, sneaking out to hunt at night and returning to his cozy den by sunup. The Black Knight patrolling below unwittingly kept him safe while he slept, though Sonny fully intended to enact his revenge on the beast once he outlived his usefulness. It was meant to be a temporary arrangement in Sonny's mind, but days became weeks, weeks became months, and through all that time, Sonny had no one to talk with but his shadow. He was doing what he swore he would, keeping to himself and staying alive, and it drove him to utter madness. It had been 3 months since Sonny had left Nephis' cohort. 3 months spent in total social isolation. 3 months skittering around dark streets at night, focused solely on hunting. 3 months he spent sleeping during the day as his nemesis shuffled around the cavernous cathedral below. 3 months he spent trying to forget about all the people he'd abandoned. 3 months he spent wondering when Cassia's nightmare would come true and the city would be consumed in violence. 3 months telling himself he was doing all right on his own, and for a few minutes each day, he believed his lies. Sonny lay on the balcony of the cathedral, tucked under purloined blankets. His own voice rang out in the loft.
Wake up, Sunless! Your nightmare is...
Despite the echo of his voice in the chamber, Sonny was not speaking. To the contrary, Sonny stubbornly closed his eyes tighter and let out an annoyed moan.
Ugh.
Trying to remain in the blissful embrace of sleep, the teen hissed through his teeth.
Shut the hell up.
The room fell silent. Sonny pulled his covers tighter and thought,
That's better.
But his respite was short. He was taunted once more by the sound of his own voice.
Wake up, Sunless! Your nightmare!
Sonny sneered.
God damn it.
Thrusting one arm from under the blanket, Sonny summoned one of his memories. Prowling Thorn was a triangular leaf-shaped throwing dagger connected to a long, unbreakable string. He had earned the tool in his time hunting alone. Blindly, he sent the blade flying at the source of the voice, the parrot rock, which could imitate voices. Sonny had developed the habit of using the underwhelming memory as an alarm clock. The kunai missed its mark, clinked against the stone wall, and fell to the floor. However, the voice did fall silent. Sonny sighed. It was already too late. He was awake. The night was coming, so it was time to get up. Opening his eyes, Sonny sat up and looked around. His room was beautiful and spacious. The stone walls were engraved with intricate patterns, creating an atmosphere of sanctity and elegance. The furniture was made out of pale polished wood, with several mismatched pieces that Sonny had scavenged from different places himself. The room had no windows. However, there were light wells cunningly hidden here and there. Sadly, the ingenious system of mirrors that was supposed to bathe the hidden chamber in sunlight was long destroyed, leaving only darkness inside. Sonny didn't mind. This was one of the features of his secret lair that he enjoyed the most. Darkness was his best friend. Yawning, he stood up and rubbed his face to chase away the last remnants of sleep. His long, dirty hair was getting in the way, so he moved it back. Let's make some breakfast. But first things first, Sonny moved his hand, pulling on the invisible string that connected his wrist to the ring-shaped pommel of the kunai. The throwing dagger jumped into the air and landed on his palm. This was a trick that had taken Sonny quite some time to master. In the beginning, he almost lost a couple of fingers while trying to learn how to control the flying blade. Walking over to a wall empty of engravings, he used the kunai to scratch a small line into the stone. All around it, there were dozens and dozens of similar lines, grouped neatly into sets of 5, to track his time here. He remembered how hopeful he'd been when they first reached the Dark City. How he stupidly thought he'd get to go home. Hell, to become a rich, famous awakened. Sonny burst out into peals of laughter. Laughing hysterically, he bent over and slapped his knees. Sonny winked at his shadow. "Oh, that's funny. Good one, Sonny. What do you think about that, eh, buddy?" The shadow didn't respond, staring at him with reproach. Its silence only made Sonny laugh louder. He just couldn't stop. To be honest, he had gone a little bit insane some time ago. Finally calming his manic laughter, he smirked. Good times. Dismissing the kunai, Sonny walked over to a table that he had scavenged from the ruins of a library and glanced at the gray rock that was lying in its center. No matter how you looked at it, it was just an ordinary rock. However, as soon as Sonny's gaze fell on it, the rock spoke. A deep and familiar voice came from the stone. "Wake up, Sunless! Your nightmare is over!" Anger burned in Sonny's heart. You vile thing. Struggling with the irrational desire to turn the parrot rock into dust, Sonny dismissed it and removed a piece of cloth from the table. Beneath it, a few strips of monster meat lay on a silver platter. He had hunted this monster himself, which was not an easy task in these parts. As far as Sonny knew, he was one of the very few people capable of hunting in the city alone. There were a couple of reasons he could pull off this nearly impossible feat. The first important factor was his aspect ability. Served as an extra set of eyes and ears while he was on the prowl. But even beyond that, his ability to deploy it as a forward scout was invaluable. Sonny's shadow could enter potentially dangerous locales with no fear of harm or even detection. On more than one occasion, it had stumbled upon a hungry but oblivious fallen tyrant, allowing Sonny to make crucial alterations to his path. Sonny was also greatly aided by his ability to move about freely in the dark. Most of the nightmare monsters in the Dark City were simply too powerful for Sonny to fight alone. Luckily, the toughest creatures all seemed to be out during the day. The city's weaker denizens, typically awakened monsters, slunk out at night to capitalize on the lack of these menacing beasts. And Sonny, in turn, was able to capitalize on their presence. Sonny also benefited from the fact he was a solo hunter. Of course, there were perks to having a hunting party, additional muscle, and a variety of aspects. But those benefits came with additional costs. Most hunting parties had to bag bigger, stronger nightmare creatures to make the spoils worth the fight. With no one to split his spoils with, Sonny could regularly live off of one awakened straggler a night. Most of the time, in any case, he never went hungry. Sonny reminded himself once more that life was good. As he paced the floors of his makeshift home, Sonny went as far as to tell himself that, currently, it was wonderful. One would expect that being stuck in a cursed city located in the middle of an actual hell, surrounded by nothing but ruins and horrifying monsters, was not the best way to live your life. But he managed to find the joy in it. It's not like life in the real world had ever had much in store for him anyway. To his surprise, Sonny had discovered that this type of existence suited him well. He had no obligations, no need to worry about the future, and, most importantly, he was not required to interact with other humans. Humans have always made things hard and complicated. He was sick of the complications that arose from navigating social dynamics. Being on your own was much better. He didn't have to pretend to be someone else, force himself to behave differently from how he wanted to, and strain his mind trying to understand people's convoluted feelings. For the first time in his life, Sonny could simply be himself. Turns out, his true self was very easy to please. He had no shortage of interesting things to do. He filled his time by exploring and hunting. His life was very entertaining and comfortable. It was, at least, way better than his pathetic existence in the outskirts back in the real world. The key to this harmonious feeling was very simple. It was to have no hope. Sonny discovered that hope was the true enemy of peace. It was the most vile and poisonous thing in the universe. If there was even a glimmer of hope to return home, he would have been desperate, full of anxiety, and probably in the middle of some insane disaster right now. Like he had always been before, Sonny grinned and said in a deeply satisfied tone, "Life is good." Sonny told himself this often. He had to. Otherwise, his mind would drift, and he'd begin to wonder about Nephis and Cassia. He'd speculate about what they were up to. So many things could have happened since they parted, and in truth, Sonny desperately wanted to know what had become of his friends. What had Cassia so sorrowfully said when they parted ways? "We'll meet again soon." Soon? When was soon? He sneered and glared at his shadow. Bull. Even sweet Cassia turned out to be a liar. I'll never see those people again. And good riddance. You're all the company I need. His shadow lay silently on the floor. Shadows can't lie. They can't trick you into trusting them only to reveal how wicked they are. They're honest, like I am, right? He grinned widely, waiting for an answer that didn't come. As if hearing it in his head, he continued, "Exactly." Sonny froze as the sound of armor plates resonated through the cathedral. He squinted and studied the Black Knight below him. He was moving out of sync with his normal patrol. Sonny's heart beat faster. Something was wrong. Was someone here? Sonny emerged from his secret chamber to get a better look at the commotion. Sonny's lair was situated in the underpart of a ruined cathedral, the entrance hidden behind a tall statue of some unknown goddess. A small balcony allowed him to observe the grand hall of the temple over the goddess's shoulder, concealed from sight by the strands of her stone hair. The balcony was high above the floor, making it impossible for any creature to climb on it by accident. Falling would certainly kill a normal human. Through the work of his shadow, Sonny had found a secret rooftop entrance that granted him access to the rafter and eventually this perch. He was confident no one else would be able to detect this pathway, as any investigation would require them to face down the Black Knight. Thrown off his usual course of action, the terrifying Black Knight moved with purpose towards the front door of the cathedral. Sonny watched from above as his enormous profile filled the doorway and sent some terrified creature running down the cobblestones. Even the other nightmare creatures were wise enough to avoid the Black Knight. This begged the question of why Sonny was stupid enough to flit about above his head. If the beast suspected Sonny's presence for even a second, he would strike out with lightning-fast reflexes and finish the job he started all those weeks ago. Luckily, the knight never looked up, or at least Sonny prayed that was the case. Sonny wasn't entirely sure what the knight-like hominid beast was called.
But his initial encounter with that bastard had left Sonny gutted and dangerously close to death. Sonny set his jaw and thought back to that day. The defeat still left the bitter, coppery taste of blood in his mouth. Though Sonny understood that the Black Knight was a worthy adversary, likely even to decimate the strongest sleeper in the Forgotten Shore, Sonny saw plenty of other powerful nightmare creatures fall to his sword, cleaved apart without much effort. Sonny was pretty sure that the bastard was at least a devil. Although he tabled his quest for vengeance, it never strayed too far from Sonny's mind. Sticking close by meant he could observe the devil as much as he wanted, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. Sonny was hell-bent on killing the damn knight eventually. The bastard had to die for what he did. Plus, Sonny was certain he'd yield a powerful memory, or maybe even an echo. Sonny rolled his eyes in disgust as he imagined the echo of that bastard tethered to him for the rest of his life. It'd be strong, true, but would it even be worth it? None of that mattered right now. Before Sonny got anything from the hellish suit of armor, he'd need to become stronger. Much, much stronger. Walking across the beams of the cathedral, he approached the hole in the roof and climbed through it. Outside, the night was already reigning over the world. It was time to hunt. A skeletal, hunched figure was slowly walking along the narrow street of the cursed city. The creature had long arms that ended with vicious claws and a deformed head with a wide mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. Even with its back bent, the monster was at least 2 meters tall. It was dressed in a torn shroud that was once white, but had long ago turned brown from the dried blood. This was Sonny's prey. The creature was called a blood fiend and was among the weakest dwellers of the cursed city. It was merely an awakened monster, barely intelligent, and comparatively easy to kill. Of course, nothing here was really easy to kill. After all, every human on the Forgotten Shore was just a dormant beast. Even though they shared the same rank and class, blood fiends were less formidable than carapace centurions in terms of strength and speed. However, that was only until they smelled blood, which sent them into a murderous frenzy. In that state, these fiends were a true menace. Pathetic, Sonny thought, stalking the nightmare creature from the shadows. He had killed a few of these monsters in the past and had a great time each time. Well, except for this one encounter where he had accidentally scratched himself on a sharp stone. That was not fun at all. Sonny readied himself to make his move. Time to die, you ugly freak. The blood fiend was just about to turn the corner when a sudden sound attracted his attention. With unnatural speed, the monster turned around and fell on all fours, his sensitive ears picking up the slightest rustle. Then he took a few careful steps forward and stopped at a certain spot. In front of the field, an ordinary-looking rock was laying on the ground, but it was no ordinary stone. The parrot rock suddenly spoke in a calm, polite tone. Behind you. The creature froze for a moment, then turned around with lightning-fast speed. Something whistled in the air, and the upper part of the blood fiend's body separated from the lower. Still refusing to die, the monster reached out with its long arms. Sonny snickered smugly at the pitiful creature. Too slow. He slashed with the midnight shard, severing one of the arms at the elbow. Continuing the motion, he took a quick step forward and performed another strike, this time piercing the creature's skull. The tip of the tachi entered through one of its eyes and exited through the back of its head. All of it took less than a second. By the time both parts of the monster fell to the ground, Sonny had already retrieved his sword. Looking up with expectation, he smiled and waited. Come on, say it. As if answering his call, the spell whispered, You have slain an awakened monster, blood fiend. Your shadow grows stronger. Sonny grinned. Thank you kindly. You're so sweet. The runes shimmered as they appeared in the air in front of him. Looking down, He read, "Shadow fragments, 398 out of 1,000. Just 2 fragments away from 400. These days, he was progressing at a very respectable speed. In the beginning, before he knew the city and the creatures that populated it, Sonny was lucky to get a few fragments in a week. He had also been much more prone to ending up bloodied and 1 step away from death. But now, things were slowly changing. He couldn't even remember the last time he felt compelled to say goodbye to life. Suddenly, there was a muffled thud behind Sonny. Had he drawn attention? He internally cursed himself. "You idiot. You just had to go and think that out loud, huh?" Just as he finished that thought, a distant sound of footsteps reached his ears. Sonny looked grimly at the corpse of the blood fiend, then in the direction of the approaching footsteps. Who was crazy enough to remain in this cursed city during the night? Only a complete lunatic would do something that stupid. All the sane people were long gone from the streets, not to mention that very few were willing to enter the ruins to begin with. A dark shadow flowed from the tip of the Midnight Shard's blade, coalescing on the ground. It stared at him with sarcasm. Sonny stared back.
What?
The shadow shook its head and didn't answer, forcing him to turn away with a confused shrug.
Whatever. It seems we have guests. What to do? This place is a mess.
Looking around, Sonny sighed, glanced at the corpse of the monster once again, and summoned the kunai. The smart thing to do was to run away. Who knew what exactly was producing those footsteps? Maybe it was a group of people. Maybe it was a nightmare creature with a lot of feet. It was better not to find out. But he wasn't done with the hunt yet. He still had to get his trophies.
Go, take a look.
Sending the shadow away, Sonny kneeled and began to cut through the flesh of the dead creature. Without the enhancing effect of the shadow, slicing the blood fiend apart was not as easy. However, he still managed to find the first soul shard rather quickly. 1 more to go. Meanwhile, the shadow had discovered the uninvited visitors. 6 members of the castle guard were cautiously walking along the narrow path in the stone ruins, lighting their way with a ghostly blue lantern. They were all rugged men, wearing mismatched suits of armor and armed to the teeth. Their eyes were cold and hard. Sonny raised his eyebrows.
My oh my, they really are people. What is a bunch of Gunlag's thugs doing outside the castle walls in the middle of the night?
Dismissing the Midnight Shard and the Parrot Rock, Sonny concentrated on searching for the second soul shard. He wanted to be gone from the street before these gentlemen arrived, but the circle of blue light was approaching too fast. Finally catching a glimpse of the glowing crystal, Sonny grabbed it and hurriedly hid it in his armor. Then he dropped the kunai on the ground and took several steps back, but it was too late. They had already seen him.
Be careful, there's a monster.
As Sonny was backing away, several weapons were aimed in his direction. Feeling that things were about to get out of control, he cleared his throat. His voice trembled.
Oh, please don't hurt me. I'm a human.
As he uttered those words, he glanced at himself through the shadow's eyes. It was always important to know how one comes off. With his ghostly pale skin and dirty hair, his ragged armor covered in layers of dried and fresh blood, Sonny was indeed easy to mistake for a nightmare creature. He wasn't really paying much attention to personal hygiene and appearances these days. Hopefully, speaking in a human language would prove his identity. Raising his hands to show that he wasn't armed, Sonny took another step back. The 6 sleepers were really surprised to see another human this far away from the walls of the castle, especially at night. Using their momentary confusion, he cautiously moved even further away. The leader of the group scowled at him.
Don't move.
Finally able to comprehend the situation, one of the castle inhabitants hissed a threatening command. Sonny obediently froze, careful not to make any sudden movements. The unexpected guests proceeded to come closer, glancing at the corpse of the blood fiend as they walked past it. One of them was taller and better equipped than the rest.
Piercing Sonny with a menacing gaze, he approached him and stopped 1 or 2 steps away. The man was older than Sonny by a few years. He was tall and muscular, with a patchy beard covering the lower part of his face and a mean look in his watery blue eyes. From his demeanor and memories, it was easy to tell that the leader of the group had spent no less than 3 years on the Forgotten Shore. He had experience and time to grow stronger than most sleepers here. However, it was also apparent that he wasn't high up in the ranks of Gunlog's army. Otherwise, his equipment would have been much more impressive. Still, the heavy battle axe that was resting on the man's shoulder looked sharp. It would take him only a second to bring that thing down on Sonny's head.
Who are you? What the hell are you doing here?
Sonny blinked a couple of times, then gulped and answered carefully.
I'm Sunless. I live here.
The leader of the hunting party, if that's what they were, narrowed his eyes.
What? Live here? Do you take me for a fool, boy? No one can survive in this part of the city.
The other sleepers agreed, except for one who looked at Sonny with doubt. Frowning, he took a step forward and spoke in an uncertain tone.
Wait, Chief. He might be telling the truth. I heard that there's a crazy kid who lives in the ruins alone.
The taller man scowled.
How's that possible?
His subordinate glanced at Sonny and shrugged.
From what I heard, his aspect allows the boy to hide in the shadows really well. I guess he crawls around like a rat and picks up leftovers after the monsters are done eating. I don't really know. But someone was talking about him back at the castle. I thought they were just telling tales.
Sonny frowned. Crazy, boy, rat. Why did everyone feel compelled to call him names? Meanwhile, the helpful sleeper thought for a bit.
I think he came into town with that bitch, Changing Star.
Sonny's frown turned into a scowl. Looking down, he whispered to his shadow.
These guys are really very rude, don't you think?
Of course, his whisper was easily heard by everyone around. The sleeper stared at him in confusion. Sonny tilted his head a little and opened his eyes wide as if shocked by something. He continued to address his shadow.
What? Do you think I should kill them all? I mean, isn't it a bit over the top? I should give them a chance to apologize at least.
The leader of the hunting party took a step forward. His voice was a low and angry growl.
What are you mumbling about, rat?
Sonny looked at him with scorn and dissatisfaction.
Hey, I was talking to my buddy. Can you please not interrupt?
A wide, dangerous smile appeared on the tall man's face. Sonny sighed.
All right, if you insist. You guys have offended my dearest friend, Nephis of the Immortal Flame Clan. She and I are very, very close, so I'll give you one chance to apologize for calling her a, well, you know. If you don't, say goodbye to your lives.
The older man stared at him for several seconds, and then suddenly raised his head and laughed.
Oh, that's a good one. Have you heard, guys? This tiny weasel will give us a chance. How generous. Should we be generous too, huh? What do you say? The boy is sick in the head after all.
The other sleepers were not sharing his enthusiasm. One of them smiled darkly.
No, Chief, I think we should just kill him. Put the poor fellow out of his misery, you know?
The sleeper that had corroborated Sonny's story before, meanwhile, was frowning again.
Wait, guys. He's one of Changing Star's people, remember? The original group, I mean. They had survived 2 entire months in the labyrinth on their own. We shouldn't underestimate the...
However, the leader interrupted him with a contemptuous scoff.
I heard that Saint Nephis carried 2 useless sacks of shit on her back all the way to the castle. The bitch is fond of taking care of weaklings, right? That delicious little friend of hers is blind, for God's sakes. I'm sure that this one is no better.
Then he turned to Sonny and grinned.
I'll tell you what, rat. Give us all your memories, and we'll be generous enough to let you live.
If an awakened died, their memories disappeared with them. The only way to get the memories was to make the owner transfer them of their own free will. However, Whether or not that will was affected by coercion or torture didn't matter, at least not to people like these. Sonny blinked.
So you're not going to apologize?
The tall man grinned.
I think not.
Sonny sighed.
Oh well. So you want my memories, eh? I have a few. Let me think. How about this one?
Lowering one hand, he summoned the parrot rock. It immediately appeared on his palm, looking as boring and ordinary as always. The leader of the hunting party frowned, not taking his eyes away from Sonny's face. Despite his crude exterior, he was paranoid and careful. Years of experience had taught him to never lower his guard. A moment later, the rock spoke.
Behind you.
That was the most basic of tricks. The tall man grinned, still looking Sonny in the eyes.
Do you really think that I would fall for?
However, before he was done talking, the blade of the kunai hit him from behind, penetrating the back of the man's skull and killing him on the spot. The sudden and effective blow rattled the remaining 4 hunters, who quickly drew their weapons. One gnashed his teeth and shouted angrily,
Kill the rat!
The sleepers fumbled with their weapons, breaking out into a flurry of chaos and shouting. Their leader's body fell to the floor, while remnants of his skull and brain splashed across their shiny, useless armor. Overcome by anger and terror, most of the men struggled to understand precisely what happened. They didn't have a clue where Sonny's blade even came from. That was because Sonny had dropped the throwing dagger near the monster's body when he first heard the men approaching. Then, he took all those steps back to make this exact situation possible. As soon as the parrot rock spoke, he pulled the invisible string, sending the kunai flying back in his direction. The tall bastard didn't just happen to be in its path either. The leader of the hunting party really should have listened to that rock. The familiar voice of the spell proclaimed in Sonny's mind,
You have slain a dormant human. Your shadow grows stronger.
But Sonny didn't have time to savor the kill, nor the stupefied reaction on the arrogant sleepers' faces. He shot forward like a bullet. The shadow had been wrapped around his body a long time ago, making him that much faster. Summoning the Midnight Shard, he fluidly slashed at the nearest enemy, severing the man's arm at the elbow. The blade struck right between the vambrace and the counter of his enchanted plate armor. To Sonny, these people were slow and clumsy, their power level and technique severely lacking. He had already been more experienced than them after the harrowing journey through the Crimson Labyrinth, learning how to wield the sword in combat from Changing Star herself. The 3 months he had spent hunting and surviving alone in the Cursed City only made the gap that much wider. Despite looking like easy prey, Sonny was anything but. However, he wasn't foolish enough to challenge all 5 of them. People might have been weaker than nightmare creatures, but what made them really dangerous was their unpredictability. Each aspect was unique, arming humans with a formidable arsenal of inexplicable abilities. Facing something you couldn't understand was the surest way to end up dead, as the guard just learned the hard way. With his advantage of surprise gone, Sonny decided that it was time to retreat. Turning around, he jumped out of the circle of light and ran. It was really hard to pursue someone who could see in the dark on all these narrow streets, so there was a real chance of escaping unscathed. Unfortunately, the kunai was still attached to Sonny's wrist. Sliding out of the dead leader's skull, it fell to the ground and clinked loudly against the stones, then jumped a few meters away and hit the pavement again, creating more noise. One of the sleepers pointed in Sonny's direction.
Get the bastard! He killed the chief!
Following the sound of metal striking against stone, the sleepers lunged forward, hot on Sonny's trail. Sonny probably should have been frightened, but mostly he was amused, maybe even impressed. He thought to himself, what a persistent bunch. Even the guy who had lost his arm was on his heels, either having a way to stop the bleeding or simply unwilling to let the attacker escape, even if it cost him his own life.
This part of the city was Sonny's hunting ground. He knew every nook and cranny of these streets. Honestly, he was unsure what these guys were even thinking. If it wasn't for him carefully choosing the path, they would have ended up disturbing some terrifying fallen creature and becoming its dinner a long time ago. Something wasn't quite right here. Gunlog's people might have been thugs, but they were experienced and accomplished hunters. They feared the city and knew how to behave outside the castle walls. Otherwise, all of them would have been dead a long time ago. Come to think of it, Gunlog's forces only ever ventured into the city at night on extremely specific occasions. Were these fools even real hunters? If not, what were they up to? Sonny briefly considered leaving one of them alive to interrogate later, but then decided against it. To be honest, he wasn't really curious. Human business had long ago lost its allure in his eyes. He had much more interesting things to do. Finally reaching his goal, Sonny lingered on the steps, pretending to be in a panic. The 5 sleepers were once again able to lay eyes on their victim. The scrawny kid was hesitating in front of the entrance to a large ruined building, fear written on his dirty, pale face. It seemed as though he didn't know where to go, afraid to run into a dead end. Noticing them, he flinched and dove into the building with desperation in his eyes. One of the sleepers chuckled smugly.
Kill the rat!
The man who lost his arm brandished his sword with his free hand.
You have nowhere to run now, rat!
Full of killing intent, the sleepers followed the crazy young man into the building. However, once they got inside, they saw no sign of the scared kid. The only thing they saw was a simple rock laying on the floor. As the one-armed man belatedly realized that something was wrong, the rock said in an ominous tone,
Say goodbye to your lives.
A second later, a massive silhouette stepped out of the darkness. The man's eyes widened in fear. The figure of a regal knight, clad in menacing black armor, loomed before the group. The creature was 7 feet tall, his gothic armor forged from a lusterless anthracite steel. Every part of the armor was decorated with intricate engravings that told a tale so horrifying that anyone would go insane from looking at them for too long. The helmet of the Black Knight was crowned with curved horns that might have been wings once. In the narrow fissure of his visor, 2 ghastly red flames were burning with indescribable menace. Before the sleeper had time to react, a heavy black blade fell from above, effortlessly severing his body from head to groin, cutting through flesh, bone, and armor with similar ease. A torrent of blood surged to the floor. Climbing onto one of the supporting beams of the ruined cathedral, Sonny sat down and watched the slaughter as it unfolded.
The bastard is in a really bad mood today. Well, have fun.
Sometime later, as the echoes of screams began to fade away, Sonny sighed and counted the corpses laying on the distant floor. It was hard to say for certain how many bodies there were because most of them were in pieces, but Sonny needed to make sure none of his pursuers survived. Sonny felt a sigh of relief when he was able to make out the shattered skull of the final sleeper. The Black Knight remained motionless for several minutes, silently observing the corpses of his enemies. Drops of blood fell from the blade of his fearsome greatsword, gathering into a puddle beneath his feet. Sonny waited patiently for the beast to grow tired and move on. Those 6 had come out here to his neighborhood for some reason, and if they were here, more men could well be on their way. That unnerved Sonny. He hoped he may find an explanation and a solution when he searched the bodies, or what was left of them.